and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it, come on. God damn it, put you one time, kick it. What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Grab a drink here, make sure that I can whet my whistle, that my whistle is whetted, as it were. Hey, good afternoon, Welcome, willkommen, bienvenue. Happy Friday, my name's Alan Cox, thanks for being here. Say hi to Rob Anthony.
What's up, man?
Greet him as you would a longtime friend. If you want to join us, you can do that telephonically. You will talk to Rob first.
Oh, yeah.
As he is our...
That's assuming the phone thing works, because, yeah, that's a piece of crap.
The phone software.
Oh, trash.
The days are long gone, you know, back in the day. You were picking up a physical telephone. Or you'd click a line, and you'd hear somebody on the other end. And now, I guess it's supposed to usher in an ease of use.
Oh, yeah.
But you figure anything software-based, it's going to have, you know, there's going to be some stumbles. And so when people call in now, we get them on a piece of phone software.
Mm-hmm.
Again, that's all boring to the average listener. But, I mean, on this end, you know, it will explain some people's frustrations with they call in. You know, we're at the mercy of whatever these particular programs are. So anyway, the phone number is what you would use to theoretically talk to us. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. You can send me a text. That platform always seems to work in here, right? Whether the messages are complimentary, whether the messages are flaming me, whether the messages are somewhere in between. 35192, that's the number to text. You can watch the program if you like on our YouTube channel, listen on the iHeartRadio app. You can drop us quick messages there. Hold on, I'm going to burp. On the app there. Alan, during Brain Damage right there from Pink Floyd, I was listening on the app, and instead of the Dark Side of the Moon album cover, it merely said, a prism refracting light into the spectrum, right? So it was like explaining what it was rather than, the image block was just displaying text there, Rob. You know, it doesn't matter what it is, we're always at the mercy of some kind of computer foibles these days. How was Eric Clapton, by the way?
It was great.
It looked like I just talked to somebody else who went. Oh, right. I was having a procedure done this morning at Cleveland Clinic, and the tech was telling me that it was a very early morning for him, and he had gone to Clapton last night.
That's what you want to hear from someone performing a procedure.
It was nothing invasive. It was all, I was just having it was nothing invasive. And he knew me. I guess we had met before, and so he was reminding me of that, and so he was chatting me up. He said it was an early morning, though, for him. He had gone to Eric Clapton. I said, my co-host went last night.
Yeah, it was great.
And so he said that it was probably packed, that it was like sold out.
If it wasn't, it was like very, very close.
Because he's only doing like 10 shows in the United States, I think.
Yeah, I mean, he's old, man.
He's 80.
There's no question about it. It would have been really bad if he didn't have the band and didn't have the background set up the way he had it.
Mm-hmm.
But he had the right people singing the right songs. He had some phenomenal backup singers, and he can still play, man. You know, he did the honestly, for me, it was the show that I needed to have.
It was the one that you wanted.
Yeah,
you went in cold. I was trying to get you to read the set list. You wanted to go in cold.
Yep, I wouldn't look at it. And it was exactly what I'd hoped.
Opened with White Room.
Open White Room. Yeah.
Closed with Before You Accuse Me.
I left.
Bo Diddley cover.
I left after the 10th song.
You left after so you missed Tears in Heaven.
Yep.
So you left before he went back to the plugged-in set list.
Yep.
Because he did electric, acoustic, electric.
Yep.
So you missed Old Love. You missed Tell the Truth. That's a Derek and the Dominoes song.
Yep.
You missed Lil Queen of Spades. That's just a cover. You missed Cocaine.
That's okay.
And the encore Before You Accuse Me, Bo Diddley cover. So 17 songs in all.
So once I got
That's
in,
not bad. That's pretty good for an 80-year-old guy.
once he switched to the acoustic, I knew he was going to do Layla. So I looked at the list.
You did look at the list. You
Yep.
wanted to know where you were in the rundown.
Yep.
At that point, yeah.
Because I had already started to see. I mean, he played the Blind Faith stuff. He played Cream. He played Derek and the Dominoes. Right. So I'm like, okay. Then I jumped in, and I saw anything after Bell Bottom Blues. I didn't care. I'm like, all right. I'm good now.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like that was cool as hell to see him play that. And I guess from what I was reading online, the show in Nashville just a couple nights ago was the first time he'd played Bell Bottom Blues since like 2017. So it was cool to see him play.
You didn't want to see Tears in Heaven?
Oh, I hate that song.
The song written in honor of his young child.
It's sad. I feel bad for all of it, but it, I didn't need that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially at a day like yesterday.
Yeah,
You're gonna hang yourself by the end of the show.
Yeah. I was good, but it was awesome. I'm really happy I went.
Also, I would think that an upside, if you're tired of playing your own music, an upside of being someone of Clapton's ilk is you can just do a bunch of blues covers. You know what I mean? You could just do other people's songs.
And that's what he did.
That's what most of that music is anyway. You know, he's like, hey, here's a Jimmy Cox cover. No relation. Hey, here's a Willie Dixon song. Okay. Yeah, that's where all that stuff comes from anyway.
And look, I mean,
looking over this set list, because again, I was initially going to go to Eric Clapton because I've never seen him live. But looking over this set list, this would not have scratched me where I wanted to be scratched.
Real? Oh, because you wanted like the 80s stuff.
And I know he's not going to do that. I know he's not going to do all the stuff that you can't stand from him. That's kind of where I live with Clapton.
Right.
Like I appreciate After Midnight and all the old stuff. But I know he's not going to go up there and play Forever Man. He's not going to play Run. He's not going to, that kind of stuff.
Right.
And those are the songs that would kind of get me up and going.
Yeah.
I don't need to hear Bell Bottom Blues acoustic for the 4 millionth time,
Like you never heard it live.
I know. No, again,
For me, that's where it was,
My streak of not seeing Clapton is still unbroken. So
yeah, it was awesome. And my mom has always been a huge fan, so I was sending her videos and stuff from the show. And then when I knew it was going to be Layla and Bell Bottom Blues back to back, I FaceTimed her and I held my phone and let her see it. So she was really excited because she never got to see him.
Mm-hmm.
Like she's been a fan of his forever. So it was cool. It was awesome.
Can't believe you dipped out before cocaine, Rob.
Yeah, I told you.
Cocaine.
Who cares? Who cares?
But you've never heard it live.
I don't need to.
You never heard live cocaine.
No, I sure didn't. And you know what? I was perfectly fine with it.
Not only that, cocaine would kill Eric Clapton on the spot.
Oh, yeah.
Right now.
And I was just about home by the time that show ended, so it was perfect.
Okay. Your little tootsies under the covers by the time he walked off stage.
Great.
Yeah.
I ended up going over to Gama. I had some sushi.
Gama, get some sushi. Yeah,
oh, man.
Right.
And knocked back a martini.
Mm-hmm.
Went in, watched some Clapton, and went home happy. I was alone. It was great. I sat, I had a great seat.
Yeah, you can dip in and out whenever you
awesome,
want.
man.
If you go to a show solo, I was at Deftones by myself. It's like, yeah, you just dip in and out whenever you want.
Met a couple of people who said they hated the show, which makes me still uncomfortable. And then I'm like, oh, yeah, right.
Talking about this one, not Eric Clapton.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, this show sucks, doesn't it? How'd this guy last this long?
Good question.
Yeah. I got to take a break. Matt listening on the iHeartRadio app from Raleigh, North Carolina. Thank you, Matt. If you are listening on the app, you can leave messages for us there. We'll take a break. We'll be back after these.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Our 2025 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
September 19th and 20th at T-Mobile Arena, Las Vegas. Streaming live only on Hulu.
A weekend full of superstar performances from the biggest names in music.
Including Jelly Roll.
I'm coming to throw curveballs, baby, so bring your bat. We definitely want to do something a little different. We already naturally stick out like a black spot on a white sheet, but I plan on doubling down on that.
And many, many more.
16 artists, 2 nights, 1 stage.
And some surprise collaborations you'll want to witness live.
Limited tickets still available at AXS.com.
Get yours while you still can, and we'll see you at our 2025 iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Lenovo and the iHeartRadio Music Festival. Tech that hits different. Can your gear keep up with the beat? Lenovo PCs are built for creators, dreamers, and fans who don't hit pause. Visit Lenovo.com for the latest in AI PCs and game-changing tech.
The NFL season is rolling, and every touchdown can bring you closer to a payout with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. New customers, this one's for you. Bet just $5 and get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Plus, score over $200 off NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code RMG.
Report. Learn more at discover.com/credit card.
Sundays are for touchdowns.
Let's go!
And Fox Sports Radio has you covered with End Zone Radio, taking you around the NFL.
Woo! Touchdown!
Steve Hartman and VJ Husky kick off coverage at 1 p.m. Eastern.
We have our first score of the game.
Then Dan Byer and former NFL All-Pro safety Kerry Rhodes take over at 5 Eastern.
The Rams are in the end zone. Travis Allen has got a touchdown pass.
Open the free iHeart app and search Fox Sports Radio to start listening.
He keeps his emergency bug-out bag in his trunk. Unfortunately, it contains only Pez, comic books, and moist towelettes. The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Big win for the Guardians last night. 3-2, the final there. With an the eighth inning? Some kid named C.J. Kafis gets a two-run homer, I think.
Instead, he golfs one. Deep center field. Way back there. And C.J. Kafis has put the Guardians in front.
I mean, even the guy calling the game doesn't know who these people are. He called them C.G. Kafis. It's like every day there's some new young buck who they just brought onto the Guardians who, to their credit, trying to make themselves known. Yeah, that's Slade Cacciatore. What was his name? Isn't that his name? The guy pitched a no-hitter up to the eighth inning.
I want you to keep guessing. Try again.
Slade Cacciatore.
It's
something Italian, Rob. Slade
Ciccone.
Capicola. Oh, you didn't let me. I thought it's not Slade Capicola. Capicola and egg. We went over there to Permanis. Oh my God! I walk out of the bar. I was so drunk. I had a whole case of iron. Oh God! I was drinking Black House all night long. I walk over there right on Penn Avenue, and I walk into Permanis. I'm gonna get myself a big greasy Slade Capicola and egg. It was delicious. I couldn't wait to eat it. Slade Caccione. What's his name?
Ciccone. Yeah.
Ciccone. Slade Ciccone. Well, the other night he has a hell of a game. And now this dude, C.J. Kafis, who's like a 23-year-old guy. They brought him in from Cape Cod, medium ball, Rob.
Yeah.
C.J. Kafis just started with the Guardians this year, but he was playing for the Lake County Captains. Then he played for the Rubber Ducks. He made the rounds, but they got him from the Cape Cod Baseball League.
Yeah, dude. They play in all over the place. Hyannis. They got a park in, let me think. Chatham. They got a park in Chatham. They got parks all over the place.
He played ball for the University of Miami, and then he played for the Cotuit Kettleers? Cotuit, Massachusetts?
I got to see how bad you're pronouncing this thing. Just to even see what
southwest
town
corner
it
of the
is.
town of Barnstable. It's Barnstable, right? Like the old broadcasting company? Cotuit, Massachusetts. The Kettleers. Kettleers. A collegiate summer baseball team in Cape Cod.
Cotuit.
The Cotuit. What the hell is a kettleer? Somebody making a kettle?
People that make kettles, kid. What do you think it is? What a stupid question, guy.
I'm sorry.
A kettleer. What are you going to ask what a swordsmith is next, pal?
Yeah, I don't know. I had never heard of a kettleer.
Or a coxman?
Yeah, well, that I know. Osterville and Hyannis represented as well. Dancing in the streets of Hyannis, we were getting pretty good at the game.
Yeah, dude.
Sleeping in our cars, we didn't seem to mind. I'm all over the place now with that.
By the way, another band not in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, kid.
Boston.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You tell me how that band's not in there.
I know. I don't know why I got so hard into Boston as a band when I was like in junior high.
Because they're great.
I don't know what it was, though, that really, because I'm listening to Iron Maiden and Judas Priest and Motley Crue. I don't know what it is that Boston just got me in the right way. Maybe it was that Tom Schultz rock man. I don't know. I don't know what it was. But every time I hear them, I'm like, I'm not mad.
No.
I'm not mad.
Nope. And it's, there's a story, and I'm not sure exactly how it goes, but they had the whole second album done, produced, mastered, ready to go, and there was a fire. And the master tapes were destroyed. And that basically is what ended Boston because they couldn't Brad Delp was a super perfectionist. And they're like, we can't do this again. We can't go through it again. So they kind of produced what they did for the second album, but that first album almost killed them. Like they were just, listen to it. Like if you listen to the end of More Than a Feeling, I can't think of a song that ever will blend voice to guitar and you can't tell where one ends and one begins. It's just perfect.
The harmonies were unbelievable.
It's just an incredible band. The production is phenomenal. And that was, think about it. This is the 70s. They're doing that on tape.
Well, but also I think the big knock against them was that there's more of this corporate rock. But who cares? You can't fight with the results. Tom Schultz invented a new kind of guitar, right?
Yeah.
It's coming out of MIT. And
these are the same jerk-offs saying that Journey needs to be a corporate rock, dude. Come on. This is Boston, kid.
You know who's playing the drums for them?
Yeah.
A guy named Sib Hashian, who has since passed away. The Rock married his daughter. Lauren Hashian is Sib Hashian's daughter.
Right here. Still his voice.
Yeah.
They start bringing the guitar up.
Yeah. Pretty good.
It's a perfect blend.
Properly,
just perfect.
Pretty good. And then Brad Delp killed himself, didn't he?
Yeah, barbecue in the tub.
Is that how he did it? I thought he hanged himself.
No, he set a barbecue fire inside. He was in the tub and he died.
Oh, I thought you meant like he threw a toaster in or something. Really?
No, he actually made a barbecue in the bathroom and sayonara.
Wow.
It's a rough way to go.
A barbecue in the bathroom.
Yeah.
Because he wasn't on that one they did in the early 90s. He wasn't on. He was only on the first three.
Yeah.
I don't remember who was on the fourth one. But he was. Did he do Return to Zero? After Boston, I remember a friend of mine who was also into Boston. Like, we were the only two kids our age who were listening to Boston. And he left and he started this band called RTZ. I think it was Return to Zero. And it was him and a couple other dudes. And they put out one album. And I think Boston called him and said, hey, this new album is done. Could you come do the vocals for it, blah, blah, blah. But he was already on the road with RTZ. They got a guy named Fran Cosmo to do the guy to do the singing for the fourth Boston album. He was a member of the Boston side project Orion the Hunter, and then he became the lead vocalist for Boston in the 90s. Anyway,
I don't know how much more you need.
Deep dive into a band that.
But when you look at their history, I really don't know how much more you need to get in. 17 times platinum on that first record, and then 5 times platinum on the second. And those were the two, the best, that every single song was a hit.
Not only that, but imagine the pressure that Brad Delp must have felt at some point because he leaves Boston, which at the time was the biggest band in the world.
Yep.
And for the last 15 years of his life, he was in a Beatles tribute band.
And he
called Beetlejuice.
He would play a bingo hall, dude. He was everywhere.
Yeah.
Sib used to come to the radio stations all the time.
Oh, did he really?
Yeah, because he was friends with one of the morning guys, so he would always just be walking around. Nice guy.
Wow. He was a vegetarian for over 40 years. He'd been suffering from depression since he was a teenager. Died by suicide from carbon monoxide poisoning. 2 charcoal grills placed in the bathtub and lit, causing the room to fill with smoke. Oh, so he wasn't in the tub.
No.
I pictured him in the water, and then there's 2 grills going. I see.
It's possible. Imagine if he just wanted a burger. Like he didn't. Like it was just like, I could kill 2 birds with one stone here. I can get clean and make a burger at the same time. Everybody
That's a hell of a way to go, boy.
Well, it is. I think it's. I would assume though, probably one of the more peaceful ways if you're going to do anything like that.
Well, you just fall asleep.
Right.
It's like freezing to death. I mean, you fall asleep before everything locks up. Yeah. Anyway.
That poor guy.
Yeah.
This has been Boston history.
Boston, everybody. Here on the Alan Cox Show. We'll hold put some W. Guardians are hosting the Chicago White Sox tonight at Progressive Field. Martin Perez on the mound for the White Sox. Tanner Bybee will start for your Cleveland Guardians. And Rob figures that'll be a quick 1-2-3. continuing streak there for the Cleveland Guardians. We shall see.
Well, Tanner Bybee needs a good start, man. So
I will be there to support my team. Who knows? But C.J. Cephas, to which a lot of people said, who? And even the guy doing the television coverage called him C.G. Cephas. So listen, these guys, no better way to ingratiate yourself with a hometown crowd and a couple of dingers like that. So 3-2 there for the Royals. And the White Sox Guardians tonight. That game will begin at 7:10. Right around 6:40 is going to be your pregame coverage here on MMS. And you can also listen on the iHeartRadio app. I will have Guardians tickets for you around 5:10 today. Last 4-pack to get you into that Detroit Tigers Guardians series. Next week on the show, actor Kyle MacLachlan will join me. Comedian Bob Marley.
Bob Marley
has not been on this show for a while, but he's one of my favorites. He's an affable guy. He's just organically hilarious in every cell of his body. I'll also have passes for you to check out From Ashes to New. If you want to see them, they're at the House of Blues next month. Symphony X. You know, we do a metal show here on Saturday nights called 2 Hours to Midnight, and we try to run a broad spectrum of heavy metal genres. All kinds of genres. And we'll do hardcore, and we'll do technical death metal, and we'll do all kinds of stuff. Now, arguably,
this popular genre, this six-letter genre, this genre.
Arguably, my least favorite subgenre of metal is symphonic metal. I don't need an orchestra with my metal, but I understand a lot of people love them. It's why the Trans-Siberian Orchestra is such a big deal. That's what you're getting with Symphony X. And a band called Sonata Arctica is opening for them. They're birds of a feather. So if you're into that kind of metal, they're going to play the Globe Iron in a couple of weeks. That is September the 27th, so it is not far off. It's 2 weeks from tomorrow. Comedian Jimmy Carr is on this side of the pond for a short period of time. The Jimmy Carr Laughs Funny Tour is at Playhouse Square on October the 11th. I will have those tickets for you next week. If you want to go see the Gilmore Project, I hope I don't have to tell you, that's a Pink Floyd tribute band. They're going to play December 14th at the Agora. And then our buddy Wolfie Van Halen is back in town in November. WMMS presenting Mammoth with special guest Miles Kennedy. That'll be at the Agora. So I'll have tickets for you for all of those shows next week. Last song Stansbury played before we came on today was Brain Damage there by Pink Floyd. And there probably is no other band that has spawned as many tribute acts as Pink Floyd. That's probably a safe assumption. But I always think of somebody who might not be that into Pink Floyd, but they really like the tribute bands. I wonder if there's anybody that goes the other way, right? They're like, Pink Floyd, please, give me Brit Floyd.
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry. I'm a day one Gilmore Project guy. There's just something about them where you go, you know, Pink Floyd's good, but boy, what the Gilmore Project does.
Have you heard Australian Pink Floyd? If you think Pink Floyd is good, poof.
Come on.
Nar.
Uncompetable.
Uncompetable.
Nar. Australian Pink Floyd.
Uncompetable.
Brain damage.
Nar. I ran into my friend Bella Sin. I had not seen them in a long time. They were at the Deftones show, and I was walking out to get a beer, and they were standing there. She is undeniably the queen of Cleveland burlesque, but also part of the drag community as well. Proud daughter of Mexico, local activist. They are great. And I know they're going to be part of the big drag pride showcase tonight at the Beachland Ballroom, and you know I'm in it for the names. You know I'm in it for the names. And they run the gamut. Now, it's not an exhaustive list, but I know there are probably some people who are going, albeit probably an infinitesimal fraction of this audience that would be going to the Drag Pride Showcase tonight at the Beachland Ballroom. It is the 10th anniversary of the event. But I'm in it for the names. Betty Abadam is going to be there, Rob. Bram Stoker.
Nice.
Our friend Owisha Bitchwood, nowhere to be seen.
Damn it.
Right? He just had a birthday. My drag alter ego, unable to perform tonight, I'm afraid. I go by D per daddy. Veranda Lanai will be there. Ryder Slowly will be there. Rob. And then Melissa Ross. I like that. That's probably my favorite one. Just a standard government name. But always a treat to run into Bella Sin at the show the other night. The Drag Pride Showcase tonight at the Beachland Ballroom. Will you be going, Rob? I'll be at the Guardians game. Can anyone go in our stead? Can anyone cover this for us?
I have dinner plans tonight, so unfortunately I can't make it.
Will there be a drag component to your dinner?
Well, there always is. It's Friday night, and I'm going out.
Uh-huh. Where are you? Are you going back to the Marble Room? Were you so enamored of it?
No, sir.
That you're going back?
No. That's a once a year kind of vibe.
Yeah, but I know that you like the finer things, and so that's why I wondered if you're going to be there.
I do, but no.
Okay.
I'm just going to head back to town.
Head back to Medina, Ohio.
To Medina. My youngest is going to the football game.
Your youngest
sleeping at a friend's. My
child?
youngest daughter. Yep, sorry. My youngest daughter, Callie, will be going to the game and sleeping at a friend's house. So Melissa and I are going to go to dinner.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully
it's a date night.
It's a date night.
Hey,
yeah.
All right. Will you get it in?
Well, in which sense?
You know which sense.
Well, that's the hope. I mean,
Yep.
empty house.
She didn't go with you to Clapton.
No, she blew me off.
Right.
But she felt bad for sure. She just had, Callie needed some rides and, all the crap parent stuff. So she had to skip it. And it was fine.
Sometimes dad needs a ride too.
Hence the date night. That's why.
That's what I'm saying.
That's why I had to go to that Clapton show, man. I was like, you know what? Sometimes going to things by yourself is really cool. And I really enjoyed it.
All right.
So yes, get it in both sense. Yes, that's the hope, AC.
Except you got to be careful. See, the pro move, and it's my move, the pro move is sex before dinner. Because nobody wants to plow when you're full.
Yeah,
nobody wants to do it. Sex before dinner.
Who's going to get full? Like, we're going to give
everybody.
A couple appetizers
I've seen the way
and
people
some drinks.
eat. Well, okay, but I'm just saying. I mean, things can spin off in all kinds of different directions.
Sex before dinner.
Sex before dinner is the pro move, bro.
No, it's not.
It is.
You got to get clean, and it's just I don't want to go out after that. That's when I go to bed.
Well, oh, really?
Yeah.
No,
unlike you.
Sex, then shower, then dress, then dinner.
Okay. Either way, unlike you, I'm like everybody else in the world that once they nut, it's time for nut-nights.
It's time for night-nights.
Yeah, you.
All right.
You're all about this whole, I'm recharged. I'm ready to go run a marathon.
No, don't paint me like that. I'm just saying it doesn't make me sleepy. I'm just saying sex before dinner is the move.
Yeah, no. I mean, I see your point. It's well taken. But no. That's usually the end or the beginning of a day. Beginning of a day is great because then you can go take your shower and get your day started. I like that.
Yep.
But
after dinner.
Well,
like,
I don't think it's like you're
like,
gonna run home and be like, oh, I can't wait. Let me brush my teeth. Hold on.
Well, that's what I mean. Like, there's gonna be, no matter when you do it, there's going to be some degree of preparation.
Well, for sure, but
I just don't want to be all like. Listen, I don't eat a lot. I'm not somebody stuffing myself at dinner, but it doesn't take me long to feel full, and it's like I'm not feeling sexy after dinner.
Well, like I said, it's not like I'm like, hey, you know what? You just finished eating. Let's do it right here, right now. Let's go to the can. No, you go home. You have a drink. You chill out.
Oh, you could go to the can.
Could go to the can.
Yeah.
Not that. I'm too old, man.
You're too old to go to the can? And really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, man.
Wow,
Are you kidding me?
I don't know.
And especially after I walked in on those people doing that on the boat. I don't ever want to be that guy.
Yeah. Adam and his wife, they
never
bang
want to be that
on the
guy.
good time.
Nasty.
They made it a real good time.
Ever want to be that guy.
Well, listen, you can't call our annual cruise Captain Fun's Floating Fandango and not expect some lavatory fornication. I mean, it just goes, it's part of the territory.
Very true.
That's not their fault. That's my fault. Some people have to be anything that doesn't, it's how our current president operates. Anything that is not particularly and explicitly written out, they'll find a way to get around it. Unless you have a sign on the door that says, hey, please don't F in here. There's other people doing things. But again, it was a victimless crime. Wasn't even a crime.
Well,
and
not to you.
To the best of my knowledge, it was one and done. I don't think that they repeated that this year.
It's a crime to me. I had to watch it.
It was an ocular crime, too.
Yeah,
it was
man.
a visual crime. Yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
All right.
Dave, are you a sex before dinner guy?
Yes, I am.
Yep. What's it sound like? Yeah.
And when it's over, what noise do you make? Yeah.
Yep. Dave still got it. Oh, he still got it. This guy.
Yeah!
Oh, he still got it. Oh. Hey, how about... what about Guar? How about these guys? Dave, are you a Guar fan?
Yes, I am!
There's a lot of that at Guar, too. Of a non-sexual nature. Hey, Guar is on the road, and they're bringing good bands with them, boy. Helmet is opening for Guar. That's probably my favorite lineup of the year, is Guar with special guests Paige Hamilton and Helmet. Also, Savage Master and Blood Vulture. They're kind of more in line. Maybe Paige Hamilton is just boys with the guys in Guar. Who knows? But a little something for everybody. They're on the Return of Gore tour. And it's a week from Sunday. It's the 21st. Yeah, it's a week from Sunday at the brand new Globe Iron down there in the Flats. AXS.com for the details, tickets and info and all that stuff. You'll get my last pair this week. Caller 10, 2 for Guar. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show, 100.7 WMMS. Rover's Morning Glory.
John says, I'm impressed with Charlie's grilling work. I've watched him go from a smart-ass hipster twink to a smart-ass hipster twink that does guy stuff.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate it. I don't think I could be a twink when I weigh as much as I do. I think I've lost twink status. Maybe.
Twunk. Twunk?
Twunk, I guess. Is
that like a lunk of a twink? A twunk?
It's just a thick twink.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7
cowboy went riding out one dark and windy day. Up on a ridge he rested as he went along his way. When all at once a mighty herd of red-eyed cows he saw plowing through the ragged skies and up a cloudy draw. Their brands were still on fire and their hooves were made of steel.
Johnny Cash died 22 years ago today, Rob. 2003. Rip Johnny Cash. Guy never met a middle finger he didn't like.
I love that shirt.
That's what Jerry Cantrell was wearing. The House of Blues last
him just
Friday
giving
night.
the hard finger to the...
Yeah.
Was it Folsom Prison?
Yeah. Yeah, he died 4 months after June Carter Cash. She went and then he went. He died. They lived in Jamaica for 40 plus years. He died in Nashville, though. He was in the hospital. Complications of diabetes. All the stuff that guy put into his body over the course of his life and career.
And sugar's the thing that took him out.
The Beatus took him in. Let that be a lesson to you. The dangers of sugar.
Not the heroin, not the booze.
Nope.
Sugar.
That's what did him in, yeah. Ghost Riders in the Sky. This was a song from the 40s that he covered in the late 70s. That I think there's an organization called the Western Writers of America, like songwriters. And they said that this was the greatest Western song ever written. Ghost Riders in the Sky. A lot of people covered it. I like Johnny Cash's cover of it. When we were in Jamaica 10 years ago, we took that tour of Johnny Cash's house. It's called Cinnamon Hill. They lived there for a long, long time. Late 70s, early 80s, there was a story, I remember, because it kind of made the rounds. You know, my mom got People magazine and all that kind of stuff. And the story made the rounds that Johnny Cash and his family were having Christmas dinner at their mansion there in Jamaica, and they got robbed at the table. Christmas dinner.
Wow.
But I bet he was super nice to the guy.
Well, it takes a big pair of balls to rob Johnny Cash.
Johnny Cash in 1981 in his Jamaica mansion. Somebody walked in on Christmas. They were sitting down for Christmas dinner. His kids were still little then, you know. And a guy, he talked about I think his son wrote a book and talked about his life with his dad and whatever. And he's like, we didn't have private security. You know, he's Johnny Cash. We're living in Jamaica. We didn't even think about it. And they didn't lock their doors. I'm always fascinated. I don't care when you grew up. Okay, if you grew up in the 50s, maybe, fine. But, like, people nowadays, you know, out where I live in Bay Village, right? But I'm not from a place like Bay Village. So it's like, people go, we don't even lock our doors. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
It's 2025. You don't lock your doors. I don't know how I ended up with pantyhose on my head and duct tape around my wrists.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's like, these people ran into the house, Christmas dinner, and said, give us all your money, give us all your whatever. And then one of them said they wanted like millions of dollars from Johnny Cash or something. But they tied the family up and looted the home. And, put the family in the basement. But golly, you're just trying to have Christmas dinner, and you're getting terrorized.
How dare you do something like this on Jesus' birthday?
Hello. I just murdered 3 burglars. I beat them to death with drumsticks.
Honey, put on your long black veil.
They got away with over $35,000 worth of items during the robbery. Nobody was harmed. You get those Jamaican police chasing after these guys. Probably got them with a wink and a nod. But September 12, 2003 is when Johnny Cash died. And the Highwaymen did it live. Love the Highwaymen. Willie Nelson, unbelievably, is the last living Highwayman. Waylon's gone. Chris Christopherson just died not long ago. Johnny's gone 22 years. And how will I memorialize this, Rob? On Sunday, Cox Out, the Bud Light Football Face-Off Challenge. Browns away games means I'm out trying to get you to Vegas. I'm giving of my own time and resources to try to send you to Las Vegas. I'm not going to Vegas. I'm trying to get you there, get you out of Dodge for a bit. And all you have to have is a good arm. And somebody from Northeast Ohio is going to go to Vegas and then try to get Super Bowl tickets. So we do this for Browns away games, first of which is this Sunday. I'm going to be in Middleburg Heights. I'm going to be at Teams from noon to 2. And we're going to have a lot of fun. I love hanging out with you guys and doing this and sending somebody to Vegas. So we do a bunch of these all throughout the season. You'll find the schedule because I'll be all throughout Northeast Ohio. Every year we do this, Rob, and I say, hey, could all of my appearances be within a 2-mile radius? And they go, why? And I said, just to see if you could do it. And they go, nope, you're going to go all over the place. I said, beautiful. So Sunday I'll be in Middleburg Heights there from noon to 2. But if you go to WMMS.com, hit the contest page, and you'll see all of the details on how you can join us. And one person will go to the big game. Wink, wink. Super Bowl 60. Courtesy of Bud Light and WMMS. I'll see you on Sunday. I'll tell you what, these Grammys, they are pretty slick, boy. Here's what the Grammys are doing. They said, how are we going to get more people to pay attention to what we do? They're doing a couple of side specials. They call them Grammy Salutes. And they take different artists, and they do little Grammy salutes to them. It's a very aptly named show. And they're going to be airing one for Earth, Wind, and Fire on September 21st.
Oh, boy.
And they're... Now, I am a huge, huge Earth, Wind, and Fire fan.
They're great.
Now, I would not, if you were to ask me to rank my elementals, I don't know that I would put them in that order, right? But a band from Chicago, Illinois, you grew up listening to Earth, Wind, and Fire. Didn't matter who you were or what was going on. My parents were, now I think most of those guys are dead. I think there's literally 2 guys who are left. But they're fantastic. And the 21st of September is when CBS will be airing the Grammy something or other. Grammy Salute. Celebrating the music of Earth, Wind, and Fire and one Cyndi Lauper.
Well, it
How
was
about
good
that?
for a minute.
Yep. Oh, you don't like Cyndi Lauper?
No.
Oh, doesn't she have moderate to severe plaque psoriasis?
She sure does.
Ah. She is in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame?
She sure is.
Oh, you don't care for that.
No, I don't.
Wow, Rob. Wow.
Again.
Wow.
AC radio at 17 years old, Alan. I played Girls Just Want to Have Fun.
Yeah.
And what's that?
She Bop.
No, I like that one.
She did a quiet top 40 hit about masturbation.
Yeah, there was another one. I forget what the hell is slow. True Colors.
True Colors.
Oh, she's got his
shining through.
Just looking for. They had to hide all the sharp objects every single time that song would come on.
Yeah, I never had to play that.
Oh.
Yeah. Is Cyndi Lauper getting in this year, or is she already in?
I don't know.
Cyndi Lauper. Okay.
My mother was a humongous fan of Earth, Wind, and Fire. In fact, she taught me to disco dance to this song when I was a kid. And like every wedding we went to together over the years, we would dance together till this song came on.
So you must be very pleased that Cyndi Lauper did her farewell tour last year.
I wasn't even aware that she did.
Because she's got something, right? Cyndi Lauper's got...
yeah, she's got one of those...
Like some degenerative...
medication diseases, yeah.
Well, I know that because she does commercials for it, but I thought she also had... I thought she had something that forced her to kind of do a farewell tour. Anyway, she is in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Is Earth, Wind, and Fire in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame?
I think so.
They would have to be, I would think.
I'm pretty sure that they're in.
They got in... Yeah, they're in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Yeah,
2000.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, they've been in for a long time then. Oh, okay, good.
Well, as they should.
Yeah, as they should.
Is it 8,000 members in that band?
Yes. Yeah, a lot of them related. But the 21st of September, like they mentioned in the song, CBS, you're so clever. Yeah, Cyndi Lauper did that Goonies theme song too, right?
Yeah.
She Bop.
She Bop is fun. Again,
Time After Time, Rob.
another annoying song that I played 814 million
Girls
times.
Just Want to Have Fun was a cover. She had her first massive hit with a cover song. It was originally done by a guy, and the tempo was very different. And nobody paid attention to that, and she picked it up, made it a massive hit.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I don't have anything against her per se. I'm more
I drove
joking
all
than
night.
anything.
How about I drove all night?
To get to you. I have nothing against her in particular. It's not. When we have these Rock and Roll Hall of Fame discussions, I'm of the belief that I don't know, let's say Boston, let's say Iron Maiden should probably be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame before Cindy goddamn Lauper.
See, I thought she was gay. I know she has a massive gay following. I thought she was gay. She'd been married to a dude for 35 years. I thought she was gay.
I think he's in one of those butt medication commercials.
Oh, is he really?
Yeah, I think he's in it with her.
Butt medication.
I don't know what she has. I just assume.
Cyndi Lauper disease. Well, this says she has psoriasis. I mean, that's what we're seeing her in the commercial for, but that's not something that would, she must just be tired of touring. I thought she had something where she's like, I can't do this anymore because I have X, Y, and Z. You know, like Ozzy.
Maybe the psoriasis is really bad. Maybe she just doesn't like itching all the time.
Wow. Well, it is an autoimmune situation.
I don't want to be on the road anymore.
Well, that's what's funny about Cyndi
itchy.
Lauper is she's got that thick accent.
Ugh.
Got that thick, like, Queen's accent.
Yeah.
But the singing, you know, she's 72 years old. Her birthday is one day before mine. And she will be honored along with Earth, Wind, and Fire. Again, if I were to rank my favorite elementals, Rob, I don't know that it would. My R&B funk band probably would have been like Fire, Wind, and Earth, maybe. I don't know. But that will be on the 21st of this month. For those of you looking for something to do that night.
Are they top of the list for you with the when it comes to that style of music?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes. Yup. They, for me, are the top of the heap, boy. Both specials filmed at the Hollywood Bowl, and each of them run 2 hours. See, what you're seeing now is these streaming services are now putting, because they're all the same company, depending on who you're talking about, so they're starting to air all of their things on streaming and network, right? They just ran the VMAs. Paramount owns MTV, and so they just ran the VMAs for the first time ever on CBS Network, and of course the ratings went up like 50%.
Yeah.
Because nobody's watching MTV for the VMAs. So they're like, oh, we'll put it on network television, ironically, and people will see it.
I bet you most people don't even know MTV still exists.
Or, at the very least, they understand that they stopped playing music videos a long time ago.
Right.
You know, it was mostly Jersey Shore and ridiculousness, and it was nothing but punked for a while. Earth, Wind, and Fire, joined by the L.A. Philharmonic. Stevie Wonder, the Jonas Brothers. I mean, when you think Earth, Wind, and Fire, you think the Jonas Brothers.
Oh, yeah.
John Batiste, who was, of course, Stephen Colbert's band leader for a while, and Janelle Monáe. Hacha, Hacha. She's talented and cute. And then the Cyndi Lauper thing is going to be October the 5th. I know, there's people sitting there screaming at their radio. Alan, you're holding out on me with the Cyndi Lauper date, October the 5th. Joni Mitchell, Cher, John Legend, SZA, and
Joni Mitchell's paying tribute to Cyndi
yes.
Lauper? Oh, God.
Why not?
Shouldn't that be the other way around?
Trombone Shorty.
Who I love.
You take off the trom, that's a very funny stage name.
Shorty Bone, just flip it.
Bone
He
Shorty.
could be in Bone Thugs that
What's
way.
going on, everybody? Bone Shorty. You know who called me back is Marcella.
Oh, nice.
I thought that I was out of this love triangle, Rob, between Tyrone and Marcella, these two people who, mind you, I've never met, but they keep leaving me very suggestive messages, leading me to believe that they might have, you know, listen, we're in a time now where you always got to be looking over your shoulder. And Marcella and Tyrone going back and forth, leaving me messages.
Well, hello, Alan. It's Tyrone again. I love you. I wrote you a song. Oh, Alan, I want to take you out for pumpkin pie. Oh, Alan, I want to feel you rubbing up and down my thighs. Oh, put your hippie hair in my face. Then I'll take you back to my place.
Yeah,
I love the end.
I foresee a lotion in the basket type situation with him there. And it's, although he knows me, pumpkin pie. Anyway, Marcella called. She's like, don't listen to that guy.
Mr. Cook, why you not call me back? I leave you several messages. I want you sponge bath you. I want you sponge bath me too.
Rob, I'm starting to think that maybe this Marcella person isn't legit.
Why?
Sponge bath?
Yeah, who doesn't love a good
I
sponge
want you
bath?
sponge bath me too.
As long as it's before dinner.
We hold each other hand while we sponge bath each other. I love you, Miss Marcella. I want to walk on beach with you. I want you to whisper in my ear you love me too. And we eat cantaloupe. Cantaloupe are my favorite. I love you.
The cantaloupe is pretty good. We're not going to sponge bath each other.
It's a very interesting accent.
And as somebody who clearly doesn't know how microphones work, because it sounds like she's swallowing the microphone, but that's okay.
Yeah, I can't quite
So
make out.
I thought I had extracted myself from this whole love triangle thing, but I guess I'll wait patiently for Tyrone's response to Marcella's comment there.
I've never heard an accent that could be Spanish, yet could be Russian, somehow could be Italian.
Listen, the world is a melting pot, Rob,
Maybe
right?
Polish.
The bloodlines are so diluted.
Yeah.
Everybody's from everywhere now, right? We all sprang from the Levant. And we've gone outward ever since. Have you heard the new Limp Bizkit?
They tried to call and play it for me, and I said no. I didn't have a chance. Is it bad?
It sounds like Limp Bizkit. It's Fred Durst stringing words together. It's called Making Love to Morgan Wallen. I don't know why it's called that.
Is it really called that?
Yeah, it's been a minute since Limp Bizkit. You know what, though? Limp Bizkit, they got some bangers, but it's funny if you hear Fred Durst, like in an interview or something these days where he's got some distance. He's like, look, I never wanted to do this. I wanted to direct movies and be a visual artist. He's like, so from the jump, Limp Bizkit was always supposed to be a dumb, thing.
Right.
And then people took it, then we blew up. We didn't know what to do. We didn't think we were going to blow up. And so, but listen, you dance with the girl who brung you.
Pepper gon' pop. Told my cap it's the CEO. Then I moonwalked in a UFO.
Boy.
So it's Limp Bizkit.
Yeah.
Right? They're not coming out with an orchestral version of Nookie. They're not reinventing the wheel. When you're hot, you're hot. When you're not, you're not. Taking a page out of the Jerry Reed playbook. But, Limp Bizkit dropping their first song in a long, long time. The only thing I could never figure out is I was like, what is an amazingly talented guy like Wes Borland doing with Limp Bizkit?
Making millions.
Yeah, clear. And DJ Lethal, remember, he was in House of Pain 40 years ago. He's been in Limp Bizkit ever since. And so, when they come back out, they poke their head out every so often. And, but Limp Bizkit has also gotten to the point now, they've been around long enough where, people have nostalgia for them, which has got to be a weird spot to be in. What did they do? It wasn't Lollapalooza. Where did they show up where people were like, oh, my God, remember Limp Bizkit?
Yeah, it was
and
one
of course,
those
they blew the
festivals,
place up. Yeah, one of those.
Yeah, because he came out dressed like the old man.
Yeah.
And he's doing that now. He comes out every time, every show, he's dressed up as something different.
He's got
It's like the Village People.
Yeah. So, again, if you like him, you like him.
What's that song called?
It's called, at least what I saw, it's called Making Love to Morgan Wallen. But there's no mention of that lyrically.
It's so weird.
Yeah, I'm sure just so that, Making Love to Morgan Wallen is what the name of the song is. And it's just a bunch of, Fred Durst nonsense. Lyrically, it doesn't make any sense, but it sounds fun and it's,
It had me, I was okay until that UFO, whatever the hell
No
he
jokes,
said.
no jokes, no goats, no goats. These are lyrics, right?
Yeah. And again, I know what he's doing, right? He's trying to dick around and have fun like old Limp Bizkit.
Yeah.
But
freestyle like a bowling pin, flex these bars on a dolphin fin. Life's too short, but I can't complain, doing backflips on a candy cane. It's Mad Libs. He's like, what rhymes with what rhymes with this? Yeah. Bought this cloud on a payment plan, then I ghosted out in a minivan. Anyway, there's that. I've got to take a break here. Oh, want to go see Shang Wang, comedian Shang Wang. He's coming to Playhouse Square. His latest hour on Netflix is called Sweet and Juicy. He's a guy that's been doing it for a long time. He kind of blew up on social media over the past couple of years. Grew his hair out, cuts a very distinctive figure. And he's going to come and perform for you. So you get my last pair of tickets here to see Shang Wang. It is a couple of weeks away. It's Friday, September the 26th. So 2 weeks from tonight. I think it's the Ohio Theater at Playhouse Square. You go to playhousesquare.org for anything I might have left out. A 2 for Shang Wang. Good luck. Call 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Days we were cool on craze. When you, and everyone we knew could believe, do, sharing what was true. I said, that's all days long.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart
9 times out of 10, they called me a masochist, rolled their eyes, or just asked, why?
Benghazi, the truth became a web of lies.
What difference at this point does it make?
Yeah, that's right. Lock her up.
Listen to Fiasco Benghazi on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Fiasco and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today.
The Alan Cox Show.
Alan, it says here that you call yourself one of the few gay goat farmers in the great state of Tennessee.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. All right.
Overweight freaks ride around on wheelchairs, motorized by electric motors made by goblins in a factory overseas. They're there to buy drywall and other products so they can eat back at home on the sofa. They watch TV. They watch TV about a man named Chandler Bing who died in a freak hot tubbing accident and spent his time drinking hot dog flavored water on a popular TV show called Tub Girls. I don't want to pay for anything. Clothes and food and drugs for free.
Actor Kyle MacLachlan is going to be on the show next week, and normally when, they'll send me PR stuff or they'll pitch me guests, a lot of these people, they're plugging podcasts, and I don't care about that stuff. But I'm such a huge Kyle MacLachlan fan that I don't care. He's got a new podcast over on iHeartRadio called What Are We Even Doing? And I'll mention that as a postscript, but I love Kyle MacLachlan. I want to go through his entire CV with him, Rob.
I only care about one particular scene in his
Showgirls.
entire career.
Yeah, him and Elizabeth Berkley.
In the pool. Yeah, it's ingrained in the old bank.
Right there in the think meat. I mean, a longtime David Lynch collaborator, right? He did Dune, he did Blue Velvet, did Twin Peaks. I never dug into Twin Peaks the way that a lot of other people did, but I appreciate what it was. For me, it was a movie that I don't know how many people remember from the 80s called The Hidden. Anybody remember The Hidden? We're talking 86, 87 this movie came out, so earlier in his career. He's a guy with the FBI who there's some kind of alien that's turning people into killers. It couldn't have been more kind of B movie-ish, but I love that movie. So I'm going to spring that on him, Rob. Of course, Sex and the City, and a little something for everybody in the Kyle MacLachlan CV, right? Portlandia. He's the mayor in Portlandia.
Well, speaking of Twin Peaks, can you ask him about Showgirls?
I sure can.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you.
Yeah. Hold on. I didn't turn myself on here. Hold on.
Kyle, hey, my co-host wants to know about Elizabeth Berkley's boobies.
Except he doesn't ever remember her name, so he calls her Jessie Spano.
Right. I'm so excited.
Ugh.
Wasn't she on pills in that, right?
Oh, yeah.
That meme that goes around is.
See, I didn't watch Saved by the Bell, so I know her from, I know it was a big deal because it was such a pivot for her. She wanted to be taken seriously as an actress, and so did this movie that was in complete contrast to her goody-goody character over there
And it
on
ruined
Saved
her.
by the Bell.
And it just completely destroyed her because she went so hard at it. You know what I mean? Like, I get it. You want to shed that image, but Jesus Christ, she basically made a porno.
Yeah.
And thank God she did.
Well, Joe Esterhaus wrote it. He's from right here in Cleveland, Ohio.
Well, thank you, Joe.
Yeah. But Paul Verhoeven directed it. People use Showgirls as an example of like a bomb. But I wasn't sure if it was or not. I think that it probably was, but I think it was also like, didn't they give it an NC-17? Like the rollout or the advance word on it. Everybody was excited to see Showgirls, and then you saw it and you were like,
I owned it.
Really?
I'm sure it's still in the box with all my DVDs.
That's where it made its money. Was on VHS.
Because once word got out.
Yeah, because in the theaters, it didn't even make its budget back. But I think on VHS, it blew up. Because there were probably all kinds of people who didn't want to go see it in the theater. Walking in a trench coat.
Scumbag, yeah.
But, Kyle MacLachlan and Showgirls. And maybe that maybe that movie warrants another viewing. I haven't seen it in a long, long time. Because who else? Gina Gershon? Wasn't she the older, more seasoned stripper in that movie? It was Gina Gershon. And Kyle MacLachlan, Elizabeth Berkley from Saved by the Bell. But she still, it wasn't like her career died. It just, that was supposed to launch her into being.
Yeah, but what did she really
like
do?
Like a next big thing.
What did she do after that, though? Like, she hasn't had any huge movies or anything.
You'd see her, she's done some Woody Allen stuff. You'd see her show up in, oh God, what do I see her in? If one of those, like, First Wives Club, if one of those movies shows up, she's in it. She's from Detroit. She was in Any Given Sunday. I remember that.
It's just like the greatest thing that ever could have happened, though. Her going and doing that movie. And then like a couple of years later, like Kelly Kapowski ended up in Playboy or something like that. Tiffany Amber Thiessen.
Yeah.
It was the greatest thing in the world for a kid that grew up watching Saved by the Bell.
See, I didn't grow up watching that show. I think I was a little too old for it.
Yeah,
when
I was like 10.
At the peak of its powers. That show was on 89 to 93.
So I was 10 when it came
I would have
out.
been in college, yeah, so I wasn't watching Saved by the Bell. But I was familiar with it, obviously. It was like a cultural, it was massive. But I wasn't zeroing in on them. I was a Lark Voorhees man. She was the one who played Lisa Turtle.
Lisa Turtle.
Yes.
Yeah, she was fine.
Foxy.
But I was always a Kelly guy.
Yeah, most people were.
And little Jessie.
Yeah. Except Lark Voorhees is like very public about the fact that she's schizophrenic. So she'll do like she's, an advocate for treatment for those kinds of things. And that didn't do her career any favors.
Yeah, I don't think I ever saw her in anything ever again. Like, was she in anything other than like Saved by the Bell type stuff?
Yeah. I think so. I think she probably did like Hallmark movies and things like that.
Huh.
Eric in Penn Hills. Alan, my lame celebrity story is that when I was working in community television years ago, I touched Joe Esterhaus's chest hair putting a lav mic on him. And if you've ever seen Joe Esterhaus, you probably had a hard time getting that mic back out, right? He was the guy that was, remember years ago when it seemed like every week there was a new piece of audio of Mel Gibson screaming at someone?
Yeah.
He was screaming at Joe Esterhaus because Joe Esterhaus had gotten paid to write a movie with Mel Gibson, and he wasn't cranking out the pages fast enough, I think. Another one of these like Jesus sequels or something years ago, and there's audio of him screaming at Joe Esterhaus.
Wasn't that the last name of one of the characters in Caddyshack 2? Dan Aykroyd was like, Mrs. Esterhaus?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, I think it is.
Don't know. Maybe so.
Caddyshack 2. Oh, boy. A deep dive there.
Jackie Mason.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, speaking of Mel Gibson, he is on social media. He doesn't have a social media presence, but he's there to tell everyone that he doesn't have a social media presence. And that if you are, if somebody is hitting you up, it's not him. He went on somebody else's page. I just saw this. He went on somebody else's page, and he's like, hey, I'm Mel. Right. And if somebody if somebody's hitting you up for money, all these celebrities now, they have to let people know that it's not them. You got to let people know that it's not you. You got to let people know that it's a scam if they say
Here, Mel Gibson, speaking from my office. It is me. I just want to say that I have no presence on social media. I don't have any Facebook or any domain or any website, no sites at all. So that if anyone is giving money to some of these websites that claim to be me, you're being scammed, okay? Because I don't have any presence on social media. Okay.
Yeah, that's it. Okay, that's not me. Great voice, though, still. Whatever you think of Mel Gibson, and I love Mel Gibson back in the day before it became public knowledge like who he really was. Separate the art from the artist, I guess. I love those old Mel Gibson movies. Love Payback, which was a remake of another movie, but he was great in it. He's
He
got
was
a great
excellent.
voice.
I mean, he really was a great actor. Sure, he still is. I just don't really follow him all that much anymore.
No. Well, he's on social media, Rob, to let you know that he has no social media presence. He has no social media presence. He has no social media presence.
Forget it.
Jesus, this guy.
What?
Feels like a world away, right? Oh, it does, though.
Nobody gets tickets because of you.
Yeah. No more hot tub.
You know right now.
It's my favorite one. I don't know what the hell he's talking about.
I'm partial to that one
God,
right there.
yeah.
I also like the smoke one.
Sounds like old voicemails from my ex-wife.
You're a pain in my ass.
Holy smoke. Tiffany Amber Thiessen is pretty big on social media, Matt and Vermillion says. She does a lot of like cooking and home stuff. And Matt says she's still a stone cold fox.
Yeah, she was in a show that my kids watched.
Wizards of Waverly Place, because that was Selena Gomez.
No,
Rob.
Alexa and Katie. She played the mom.
Oh, okay. Oh, she's doing the mom roles now.
Mm-hmm.
Guess it makes sense.
And I liked that show too.
If you listen to us on iHeartRadio, on the app there, tell me where you do it. If you're out of state, I like to know where people are. Evan is one of our bureau chiefs in Minneapolis. Ryan listens in Williamsburg, Virginia. Matt is down in Cedar Park, Texas. Steve is in China Grove, North Carolina.
Whoa.
Bow, bow, ticka, ticka, bow, bow. Wednesday night, the Doobies at Blossom. And Brendan is our latest addition to the bureau chief map. He's listening in Sparks, Nevada. You can leave messages for us, too.
What's going on, gentlemen? It's Rich in Northfield. Just chiming in on the Uber conversation. If I take an Uber and the driver's cool, I start yapping with him or her, whatever, because I'm pretty good at yapping. But the idea behind it is if they're cool, I'll get their number. And if I need an Uber ride back from the concert or whatever it is, I'll call them personally and pay them personally instead of having to go through Uber. Works pretty good.
You call them personally. I guess a lot of drivers have like a card, right? They go, hey, after the show, text me. I've never done that.
I haven't either, but I know a lot of people do that.
Wow.
But like I told you, I have my driver, so I really don't need
I know
to do that.
you do.
Yeah.
I know you do.
I mean,
But didn't you find him because he used to drive Uber and you said, hey, if you want to live, come with me?
No, it's a professional.
Like Kyle Reese.
Professional driver, Alan.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And I now that, we're associated like this, you can use my driver. It's fine.
No, thank you, Rob. I've never golfed a day in my life, and I'm not going to start now. No, I don't. It's funny, though, when you watch TV shows like very wealthy people, I always think that is what I would spend my money on. I would get a driver. I'm not, if I had a lot of money, it wouldn't occur to me to spend a ton of money on like very opulent or ostentatious things. But I think having a driver would be great. Hey, I'm going to go here. I'm going to go there. They're just there to pick you up. I think that would be worth dropping some coin on if you had it. So you're very smart to do that. So this way, because Rob's like fully tinted out too.
Yeah.
So you'll never see him.
No.
And frankly, all the better because you don't know what he's doing back there. And so he can see you, but you're not going to see him.
No.
No.
And like I said, it's just shh.
Mm-hmm.
We don't need to speak.
Right. Psst. Yeah.
It's like the Caesar Milan sound.
However, you do not have because Rob, you'll see he's in the back seat. He's got a Rolls-Royce Phantom. And it's a Phantom, but it's a 2022.
It's old.
And, yeah. But he'll be in the back and he'll get picked up by his driver.
Well, to
but
be honest,
you'll never see him pull up.
I got tired of carrying umbrellas in the car. And thankfully with the Phantom, they're right there in the door.
Yeah.
So I don't have to have it anywhere outside of that. Who wants to look at an umbrella? You know what I mean?
I know.
So if it's raining, I can just push that little button. My umbrella pops out of the side of the Phantom, and I'm golden.
Yeah. Well, it's a very exciting. I know it's a very exciting life, but it's not one that I'm living.
Well, you should try the finer things in life, Alan.
Well, maybe I'll get a ride with your guy, like
That's
you said.
what I'm saying. Anytime.
You got those sweet coach doors on the Phantom, too, right? They open the other way.
Oh, yeah.
You just scoot right in.
Yep.
And Rob, of course, has had his ride completely reupholstered in the finest, what is it, goat skin? Is that what the...
Lamb.
Lamb skin.
Yeah.
It's like riding on a giant condom.
Huge.
Yeah.
Squeaks a little bit when you move on the seats.
But it's completely moisture resistant.
That's right.
And that's what you want.
Yeah, it's not wicking. It's just completely moisture resistant. You spill something on the floor and it just slides right across. You're golden. Never have to worry about it.
Yeah. Everybody else goes for the wicking. You want resistant.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wicking is ridiculous. I mean, come on. Am I an animal?
I mentioned that I don't spend a lot of time on Facebook in general, but I'm trying to get more into the habit of going to our page so that I can interact with people who might leave us questions or comments. And boy, are people leaving some comments, Rob. We haven't gone through our Facebook comments in a long time.
What goes up must come down. Spinning wheel, got to go round. Time to spin the wheel. The wheel. iHeartRadio, Cleveland Radio, listener, Facebook comments, yeah.
Yeah, I got to get more diligent with checking them out just to make sure that I can keep up with what people are leaving for us. I got a message from Leslie. Alan, my comment is twofold. The Charlie Sheen documentary is awesome. Yeah, that's over on Netflix now. Also, Dick from Dayton is just a lonely elder who wants some conversation, and you bring him joy, and it makes me sad when you mock him. Try being not so condescending. He's just so happy talking about what he's doing and having his airtime. Well, I'm not condescending to Dick, but I'm going to play with him.
It makes me sad when you don't show up for the dinner dates you set up with him.
Leslie, if it's any consolation, Dick isn't really listening to what I say in the first place.
No.
And by the way, his airtime is my airtime, all right? So he calls every radio station, so he doesn't need me.
Every show.
Every station. So there's got to be something in it for me. It ain't his airtime. It's my airtime. So, yeah, of course I'm going to play with Dick. I don't condescend. All right, fine.
Alan Cox playing with Dick since 2012.
That's a fake laugh.
It's real.
Okay, Leslie, I'll think about it. And then Mike says, you are a liberal faggot.
Ooh, nice.
You are a piece of crap and a effing crybaby. That's from Mike. Thank you, Mike.
What goes up must come down. Spinning wheel, got to go round. Time to spin the wheel. The wheel. iHeartRadio, Cleveland Radio, listener, Facebook comments, yeah.
I will try to be more diligent and keep my eyeballs on those when people hit me up. It's a free exchange of ideas there inside the Facebook/Meta/Instagram universe. We're just living in it. You want to go see Blackstone Cherry? Sometimes these guys are around and sometimes they're not. But now they are, and they're coming to Cleveland from Kentucky. Bringing a couple of other bands with them, Them Dirty Roses and Aaron Jones. Tuesday, December the 9th, they're going to play the new Globe Iron there in the Flats. AXS.com for the details. It should be a good, dirty, grimy show. Blackstone Cherry, 2 tickets for you, last pair of the week. Good luck. Caller 10, 216-578-1007 or 800-358-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
100.7 WMMS.
Another football season. And still, no answer to the question, who can throw the damn ball for Cleveland? maybe it's you.
The Bud Light Football Face-Off is your chance to toss your way to Vegas to compete for a trip to Super Bowl 60.
Hey, it's Alan, going to be at Teams in Middleburg Heights from noon to 2 this Sunday, where you can play the game of football toss that could score you that trip to Vegas.
Represent the Buzzard in the Bud Light Football Face-Off.
101.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Is this for real? Well, they're swearing in this. All kinds of effing and jeffing. Are you really allowed to broadcast this on the radio?
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
You say the Wallflowers were good last night? I didn't even realize. I think I texted you after we got off the air because a listener texted me. I didn't even realize the Wallflowers were opening for Clapton.
Yeah, they were okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't sound like he did. I mean, he sounds more like his dad sounds now. He's, he's there.
That was a band to me that was always better than they should have been or better than I thought they would be.
Agreed.
I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, they
Jacob
got a ton of
Dylan
hits.
and the Wallflowers, because he was one of those, like, you go back to the 90s and people were like, another rock Nepo baby. But I thought they were pretty legit.
I did too.
They had a handful of hits.
I've seen them a few times. That was, I mean, again, it's fine. Everybody's singing along.
Yeah. Guardians play tonight. A couple of homers in the eighth. Put them over the Kansas City Royals last night. 3-2 was the final. Courtesy of C.J. Cephas. Who? C.J. Cephas. Or as the guy doing the TV coverage called him, C.G. Cephas. Either way. As long as you spell it right. So the Guardians end up taking 3 of 4 against the Kansas City Royals, leapfrogging them in the standings. In the process, Guardians are back to being second in the AL Central. And tonight, I imagine they'll get even further as they start the first of 3 against the Chicago White Sox. 7:10 tonight is your first pitch. 6:40-something will be your pregame coverage. Play them again tomorrow night, and afternooner on Sunday, and then they will go to Detroit, play the Tigers. And basically, they play the Twins, Tigers, and Rangers for the remainder of the season. They play Detroit there and here. But tonight, Guardians baseball here on the Buzzard at 7:10 and on the iHeartRadio app. Actor Kyle MacLachlan on the show next week. Comedian Bob Marley back in the friendly confines next week as well. Alan, I'm just letting you know that I've had no problems with ads on the app today.
Hey.
Oh, good for you.
Listen, I guess we take the positives where we can, right? Alan, I can personally attest to what Rob's talking about. One of the last times we were in the flats, we took the rolls down there. We had caviar and champagne.
It was awesome.
The whole way down. Man. Like some old school Robin Leach stuff.
Yeah, I mean, look, man, you got one life.
Yes. Huh. Okay. Yeah, all right. You know, we were talking yesterday on 9/11 how the number of people who have died from 9/11 related health problems have far surpassed the people who died on 9/11 in the Twin Towers. And one of those is a guy over at Fox News, a guy who's been there a long time, a guy named Eric Shawn. I think was on the scene there at 9/11. He has cancer related to 9/11. He said the day of, I remember thinking at the time, maybe in 20 or 30 years I'll get something. Because remember in the immediate aftermath of 9/11 where I think they were trying to keep people calm or whatever, boy, they were laying hard on the whole, there's no risk to public health.
Yeah.
Right? Which, listen, if you had half a brain, you knew that wasn't the case. And so Eric Shawn over there at Fox News revealed that he has a 9/11 related cancer. So he's joining that unfortunate group of people. Similar diagnosis as his affects about 48,000 more people caused by exposure to the toxic air from the 9/11 attacks. There is a federal program that provides medical care for survivors, but of course they're always trying to find ways to screw those people out of that money. But this guy kind of has a firsthand account of that. Other medical news, Motley Crue delayed their residency. You know, they are starting up their residency in Vegas tonight, and it was supposed to happen last March, and then they said they delayed it because of medical issues. Vince Neil told the paper there in Vegas that he had a stroke.
Oh, wow.
Now, if you've seen any of the YouTube videos of him singing, you probably can't tell the difference. But he said the day after Christmas, he had a stroke. His whole left side went out, he said. So they moved those dates to now. I think they're doing a handful of shows, doing like a dozen shows out there.
It's kind of surprising when you hear Vince Neil had a stroke. I mean, he's the epitome of health. You look at him like he's just, you would never think a guy like that could possibly have any issues.
I don't know enough about strokes. I know the acronym for your, supposed to, but strokes to me, obviously anything, how should I say it? You can try to set yourself up for success with your health, but I always think of strokes as being a lot more random. Is that incorrect?
No, I think there's ways to, I think there's things you can do that increase your risk of getting them.
Is that true? I mean, obviously there's a direct cause and effect relationship between things like heart disease and people that don't take care of themselves, or they're obese, or they have diabetes. Strokes to me always seem like, listen, it's all related, but strokes always struck me as something that just might be more random. People who are in otherwise seemingly good health that have strokes, or Anyway, he was in a wheelchair for a while. And he said he's regained mobility in his legs, allowing him not only to walk, but to run again. Now, that's all good news for him and the band. He does not look like a guy who's worried about doing a lot of running.
No.
But they are at the Park MGM there in Vegas. I heard from one of our bureau chiefs who's going to see one of the crew residency dates there in Vegas. But they said that they are no longer able to perform at the Boardwalk Rock Festival in Ocean City, Maryland. So, have you ever heard of that? Hey, welcome to the Boardwalk Festival. I'd never heard of that.
Down in Maryland, huh?
Yeah. One of our bureau chiefs in Houston sent me the story. A Houston firefighter and his family are the first people in his family to have a daughter in 108 years.
Wow.
They've had nothing but boys in his family for a century. How about that flex? Right? It's purely random. You had nothing to do with it, really. But you had the first daughter in over a century in your family. Everybody in your family's been having boys.
Some bragging rights.
That's a lot of wild energy right there.
This gender reveal, a historic moment in the Sherman family line.
I have been waiting on this little girl for, how old are you? 50-some years.
That's a good news for the Sherman family, because usually there's a dog in glasses saying, "Quiet, you."
I wanted you to be a girl,
right.
but...
Right. It's like a monumental thing. I have 3 boys. My dad had 2 boys. His brother had 2 boys. So it's been nothing but boys.
On Sunday, surrounded by family from all generations, Montgomery County firefighter Michael Sherman and his wife, Jakia Sherman, found out they're expecting a baby girl.
I just feel honored that, finally I'm the one that, we're the one that bringing a baby girl into the world, finally, after over 100 years. It's amazing.
Their daughter will be the first girl born into the Sherman family in 108 years.
He's gonna know that she made history in the Sherman family.
We have 3 bags of clothes already, closet full of dresses.
The last girl to carry the Sherman name was Orabelle Sherman, Michael's great-great aunt, born in 1917.
She was a trailblazer in Atlanta. Yeah, she dealt with the civil rights, during the civil rights time. She was doing this. She met a lot of civil rights leaders, and she made an impact in Atlanta.
This newest
Now, I have to think that the danger to this as yet unborn little girl is that they're going to name her Orabelle. That is an old-timey name, right? Befitting when that woman was born.
Maybe you can call her Aura. Wouldn't be as bad. Or Bella.
Maybe as a middle name?
Yeah.
The phrase making history gets thrown around so loosely now that it's almost, it's used so frequently. But this is a case where you go, oh, she's making history. And they're kind of legit on that. No pressure or anything. I don't know what pressure there would be in being the first girl in 108 years. But, some of these families, they're very, very serious. You go to play with your cousins, it's you and a dozen boys.
Right.
It's crazy. Alan Clarence Carter knows all about strokes. See what you did.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are experiencing technical difficulties.
And the
Please
directions.
stand by.
All right, thank you. Alan, if you have a family history of strokes, you can take a baby aspirin every day. It worked for my grandma for years. Those are tough, though, because it's hard to make the capsules out of discarded baby. I'm no pharmacist, but I'm pretty sure that's how it works.
I don't think so.
When I was a kid, they had St. Joseph Children's Aspirin. You probably remember that, right? I don't even know if this is still made. And I didn't grow up in a house that was, my mom was kind of a weird bird. And so we weren't having sugar and we weren't having syrup and things like that. And we didn't have like over-the-counter medicines in our house. So we didn't have Tylenol. We didn't have, we very, very rarely got sick. So it wasn't like we had cough syrup or anything like that. But there was a little bottle of something called St. Joseph Children's Aspirin. And it was up in the cupboard. And it was these tiny orange pellets. And I thought they were candy. And so I would climb up there as a young lad, and I'd be popping St. Joseph Children's Aspirin in my mouth. And I wonder if that did anything.
No.
You don't think so?
No.
I mean, clearly...
Made sure you didn't have a headache for that time period.
Clearly, nothing happened to me, Rob. But, yeah, I did... That explains the distinct lack of headaches I had as a child.
Yes.
Wow.
No pain in your joints. That's what, see, you say you never have any pain. That's why. You front-loaded all that baby aspirin. Now all your joints are just, you're golden forever.
Well, I think for a while, at some point after that, doctors came around to like, yeah, don't do that. Because they were starting to see stuff in kids, like liver disease or something from kids that had been weaned on children's aspirin. But I'm sure that they still make dosages for kids of some kind of aspirin. Maybe not St. Joseph, but we had,
I mean, for us, it was just all the Tylenol branded stuff. That's what you had.
Right.
Bear was the other one. Bear they had for kids, I think.
Yeah. And now Captain Brainworm is trying to foist the Tylenol causes autism thing, It's like Chicago in the 70s all over again.
Well, I know Tylenol, like, too much of it can be a problem for your liver.
Well, sure. Too much of anything is a problem. Right? Too much of any medicine is a problem for your liver, But, yeah. I remember George Carlin talking about St. Joseph Children's Aspirin back in the day. But, yeah, I didn't know if they still made that. Anywho, I've told the story before about how for many, many years, and I don't know if I still hold the record because they did change the name of the hospital, and I have to think that with it went perhaps a lot of their records, that for a long time I held the record of the largest baby ever born at Kenner Army Hospital at Fort Lee, Virginia is where I was born. Ullman in Florida has given birth to a huge baby that is about the same size as I was. The biggest baby in this hospital's 10-year history, a woman named Daniela Hines, gave birth to a 13-pound, 15-ounce baby. Average baby's about 7. I was 13 pounds when I was born, but I was an emergency C-section. This poor woman, I don't know that she had that. I think this was a natural childbirth. So I would be like, that can't have been fun. She was 40. Anything north of 36 is medically referred to as a geriatric pregnancy. That's fun. 13 pounds, 15 ounces.
Christ.
University of Rochester Medical Center down in Florida. Her older son was 12 pounds, 11 ounces. So this is a woman who has big babies. Oh, well, that explains it. This kid probably just slid out. If the other one was 12 pounds. This one's a little bit bigger, but She and her husband are both over 6 feet tall. And, of course, the baby is massive. There's the kid right there, busting out. I mean, I think I maintained my body mass exactly the same, probably until kindergarten.
Good Lord.
At which point I became quite a wee lad. But big baby down there in Florida. So this kid holds the record at this hospital. I don't know if I still hold the record because they changed the name of the hospital.
I think I found it. I might call and ask. Do you think they could tell me?
What, this hospital in Florida?
No, you. If you're still the biggest baby ever born there.
I mean, I have to think that nobody there now was there in 1971.
No, but do they keep records of that? That's what I mean. Like, if you can...
I feel like I looked into this myself a few years ago.
Oh, did you?
I didn't come up with anything.
It looks like it's now Kenner Army Health Clinic.
Okay.
Formerly Kenner Army Community Hospital.
Yeah, because they changed the name of the base, too,
Okay.
and the name of the hospital. It was Kenner Army Hospital. It was Fort Lee, Virginia. It's called something else now. The base is called something else, but that's where I was born.
Yeah, this place was active 1962 to present. April 16th, 1962. Opened its doors.
Mm-hmm.
Huh. I want to know.
A new outpatient wing was added in 1976, followed by a full renovation in 1977. So that was after I was born there. And, you know, my mom got really, really sick because they left sponges in her.
Yikes.
And she said later on, she's like, boy, that wasn't, back then people weren't suing hospitals. She's like, but if we had, because she got sepsis or something, she got really, she was in bad shape after me because they left something in her. And she was like, boy, if we had sued that hospital, though. I'm like, why didn't we sue the hospital?
I know, we
could have grown up rich. I already saved Dad from going to Vietnam. He could have been alive, and we could have been wealthy. Living off that Virginia hospital money, baby. Speaking of big babies, a guy outside Pittsburgh is mad that they won't let him bring his emotional support alligator into Walmart anymore. This is a guy in Brownsville, Pennsylvania. This is about an hour due south of Pittsburgh there in Washington County. A guy named Wesley Silva and his 5-foot-long alligator emotional support.
Yeah.
Again, emotional support animals are a topic of controversy because most people are, let me check my notes, making it up. He pushes the alligator around in a shopping cart wearing a dress. So this sounds like one of these guys who has to be like the local wild card, you know? And Walmart was finally like, get the hell out of here with that. I mean, if nothing else, I think it'd be a public health hazard.
I just love that at one point it was just like allowed. That's fine. It's just Jim and his alligator. And then finally they're like, okay, maybe not. Why not just from the minute one? Sir, is that an alligator? Yes. Is it alive? Yes. Can't bring that in here.
Is this Florida? No, it's Pennsylvania. Get the hell
Get
out of here.
Out.
I didn't think that I would actually own an alligator ever. It's been really kind of incredible.
Wesley Silva got his pet alligator 4 years ago from a neighbor who got her as a gift. When they weren't able to care for
Who gifts an alligator? Got her as a gift. You mean it got passed around because people were going to get arrested if they found them in their house?
her anymore. They asked Silva if he'd be interested.
I did some research. I have kids of my own, and I didn't want to put anybody in jeopardy. And after some research, I was like, you know what? I'll take her.
Since then, they've been everywhere.
We've gone to restaurants. We've been to Denny's where she's a star there. She gets VIP treatment. We've been out to Bob Evans.
Who wants to go into a restaurant where there's an alligator?
No one.
Turn that thing into Boots already, and I'll have a Moons over Miami, please.
Check, please.
We've been out to the Wagon Wheel in West Brownsville.
Silva says she always got a warm welcome. That is until nearly 2 weeks ago when some shoppers at the West Brownsville Walmart reached out to Channel 11 about an alligator shopping in Walmart with its owner.
It's been very positive, and
I like how they frame it as the alligator was shopping with its owner, not the other way around.
Yeah.
There's a guy in here shopping with an alligator. Hey, could you guys check out the West Brownsville Walmart? There's an alligator doing some shopping in there.
and he has a human with him, which is really weird.
Very strange.
Really taken back by that.
While Silva says Jinsei Oshi is registered as an emotional support animal, it's not allowed at Walmart. After our story, Walmart sent this statement saying in part, quote, "We welcome service animals in our stores, but it is unacceptable to expose members of the public to potential danger. Accordingly, alligators are not permitted on our premises." Silva says he's upset, but understands. He says he'll continue taking her wherever she's welcome.
I just go with the flow.
You know what it is I think a lot of these places, they're so scared now that somebody's going to scream bloody murder or they're going to sue them for discrimination or something, instead of going, why are you imposing your animal on other people?
Right.
Why would it occur to, yeah, I get that you want to take your alligator everywhere, but that should probably come second to, none of these people want to sit in Bob Evans with an alligator.
Of course not.
I'm sure there's like some novelty to it in a small town or whatever. There's Wesley and his goddamn alligator. But sooner or later, somebody is going to call anonymously, which sounds like that's what happened. Hey, there's an alligator shopping here, and it's got a guy with him. So that guy still going to take his alligator wherever she is welcome.
I'm going to head back over to that wagon wheel. There's a celebrity over there.
Yeah, because everybody's like, was he wearing the dress or the alligator? I guess my determiners were unclear. The alligator was wearing the dress. I should have pointed that out. That's right. He was pushing the cart. The alligator was in the cart. The alligator was wearing the dress.
Jag off.
That's on me.
I did my research, and I decided it was smart to bring an alligator into my home with my children because my research clearly was wrong and said they don't eat people.
You know, fortunately, I was able to stumble upon the exact research that reinforced what I already wanted to do.
Unbelievable.
Worked out perfectly.
Yeah, as a guy who has kids, I was like, well, maybe I shouldn't do this. So I researched it, and, damned if it wasn't the perfect pet for me.
Now, granted, I'm down a human child, but I still have my alligator. I dress her in all of my late daughter's clothes.
Yes. Same size dress.
Want to go see the movie Him? This is the new Jordan Peele joint. If you've seen the trailer, it looks pretty intense. There's a lot of blood, there's a lot of sports, there's a lot of screaming. And the premise of the movie is a little vague, which I always like too. It's got Marlon Wayans in it. Hopefully he'll get his kudos. He's better at this stuff than people give him credit for. But Him, we are doing a WMMS screening of Screaming. Freudian slip, Rob.
Mm-hmm.
A screening. Wednesday night, it opens wide everywhere. 1 week from today, September the 19th. We are going to show it at Cinemark Valley View on Wednesday night. This is a 7 o'clock screening. I have 2 passes left for you and a pal to see Him before everyone else. So be caller 10, and these are yours. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
here.
This is a man that has endured real torture in a foreign setting.
So who's the real hero?
I would hope people would listen to our heroes.
Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Two 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. 35192. You want to send me a text? AlanCoxShow.com. While you are there, by the way, hit up the contest page. We'll have the exhaustive schedule for you. You can join me for the Cox Out pregames, the Bud Light football face-off. When the Browns are on the road, we are out trying to test your arm to the degree to which you can get yourself to Vegas. You got a good arm? Can you get a ball in a hole, Rob? It's a chance to go to Vegas and compete for those Super Bowl tickets with WMMS and Bud Light. So Sunday, first one, I'm going to be at Teams in Middleburg Heights, right there on Eastland Road, if you were to mail them a letter, from noon to 2. And we're doing a whole slew of these when the Browns are on the road. And so, what?
I was just thinking about being able to get a ball in a hole. Never tried that.
You know, the Browns are, of course, everybody's been talking about the fact that they're playing the Baltimore Ravens on Sunday in Baltimore.
Yeah.
And apparently, I heard Sainsbury talking about it.
Yeah.
They are, they're undertaking some 30th anniversary of the Ravens?
It's the 30th anniversary of the Ravens moving to Baltimore.
From Cleveland.
Right. And they're playing them on that day.
Right.
That's a kick in the sack for sure. Unless the Browns go in and stomp them, which I'm hoping for.
Well,
I can't stand the Ravens.
Maybe that could be the motivation that they need.
Yeah, I think that's going to be in everyone's mind, right?
Yeah.
You take that field, that's exactly what you're thinking.
Yeah. Browns facing pressure to trade Shedeur Sanders after what they refer to as an embarrassing demotion. Well, they bring back RG3. Did we have RG3 for a minute?
Yeah, what's the embarrassing demotion? That he's not starting?
Yeah, something like that. I don't know. He's walking around with a clipboard, and I don't know.
No, he's a backup quarterback. That's what they all do.
I know.
And he shouldn't start.
I don't know.
Super Bowl winning quarterback there right now.
Yeah.
Let him learn.
They're like, he's just watching everybody. Yeah, isn't that what these guys do?
Yes.
When you have 9 quarterbacks, 8 of them are going to be watching the action.
Yeah, when you're called into play, you'll play. Stop the whining.
Now Joe Flacco will no doubt get some love there in Baltimore, too.
Well, he won a Super Bowl with them.
He was Joe Cool, baby. So, if there's anybody, first of all, there isn't one player on the Browns right now who has any memory whatsoever of when they left Cleveland, Ohio. So they don't have skin in that game either. Joe Flacco, however, has played for both teams. So my concern, Rob, I don't even know if it rises to the level of a concern, but it is something that crossed my mind, is Sunday, how confident are we that Joe Flacco is not going to be taking snaps for the Baltimore Ravens?
I would say 100% confident he will not be taking snaps.
We're sure about this?
100%.
We're talking about sports, Rob. I expect to hear 110%. And so you just coming in at 100% seems like you're hedging your bets a little bit.
110%.
All right. All right. Now you're talking.
Yeah.
Now you're talking. Unfortunately, the Browns, historically not a great team. So they would have to give more than 110%. So the fact that you're just keeping them at 110%, again, gives me cause for concern. We're sure that Joe Flacco is not going to get back there in the somewhat friendly confines and go, boy, it was great here at M&T Bank Stadium.
110%.
You're sticking with 110. I'm looking for 115, 120. All right.
110%. 147%.
Now it's too high. Now I feel like you're lying to me.
Damn it.
Now it's too high.
125%.
Let's stick with 110, and we'll see where we go from there, okay? It's right across the street from Camden Yards, isn't it? Don't they all play in the same area there? Yeah. You know how Brown Stadium is directly across the street from Progressive Field? Oops, I wasn't supposed to talk about that, was I?
About what?
Nothing. Let me break out my neuralizer. Nothing.
I don't know what you said.
I didn't say anything. Rob.
Exactly.
Yes. All right. Alan, it would be an amazing WWE heel turn if Joe Flacco deflected to the right. That's what I'm saying. Listen, there are no rules for anything anymore, right? It's very clear. There are no rules. Everything now is up for grabs. One of these days, you're going to see a guy just go over to the other team. Hey, I play for you now. And he played for them before.
I'm the captain now.
I'm the captain. Look at me. I'm the captain now. So they got the guy who allegedly killed Charlie Kirk.
Yep.
And he was turned in by his own family. Now, it's not like, because everybody, the president on down on the MAGA side, there was, you want to talk about percentages, there was 0% chance that Trump was going to, as they like to say, drop the temperature on this, all right? He did what he does. He went immediately into the radical left. It's not like new information ever amends the MAGA worldview, right? These people went all in the radical left. They were hoping it would be a trans person or some leftist. It's some straight, white, Mormon, 4chan Groyper kid, some alt-right white kid whose his dad was a cop, and they turn him in. I can't, but, people are like, I can't believe, because who knows how long it would have taken had his parents not turned him in. Because people are looking at the FBI. It's like, golly, hiring influencers to run federal law enforcement was a bad idea? Gee, who knew?
Well, I have to assume it would not have been much longer for them.
I don't know that.
I mean, look at all the pictures they had of that kid.
Yeah.
If it wasn't his parents, somebody was going to say something.
Somebody was gonna, yeah. So, they found messages on the bullets. A lot of it was like online QAnon 4chan crap that if you're not extremely online, you wouldn't understand the references.
Yeah, I just still think there's not enough information about the guy.
That's true. It'll trickle out, and not as to his motives, but I mean, MAGA world was like desperate for this kid to be some, eco hardcore leftist warrior, and it ain't nothing like that. So they're going to dig into who the dude actually is. A young guy, 22 years old, named Tyler Robinson. And so now they're digging through all of his messages online and going through his Discord and all that and online chat rooms. And he's checking all the boxes of one of these extremely online dopes who real hard to pin down your worldview when you believe a little bit of everything. And they are trying to figure out, I don't know why you'd leave the gun.
Because he watched The Godfather.
That's what I can't. He didn't take the cannoli. I'm not sure why you leave the gun.
Because he didn't want to try to get out with it, I would assume.
Guess so.
I mean, you shoot, the first thing that's happening is people are looking for you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I've never been, knock on everything in the world, I've never been in one of those situations. But I would assume when that thing, you heard the noise. When that shot went off, I'm assuming everybody instantly started looking around them.
Yeah.
Where is it from? So if you're trying to get out of there, you ain't going to run with a gun.
Utah Governor Spencer Cox, no relation, played a little bit of him yesterday. He's really, as his office befits, he has really tried to come. He's a Republican governor of a very red state, but he has really tried to, and his reputation for being one of these level-headed guys precedes him. So if you had to have anybody in there at a time like this on the Republican side, I can't think of a better guy than Spencer Cox. So they're going through what the guy wrote on his bullets, including some line that is a meme that is used to troll transgender people online. So they're having a real hard time kind of zeroing in on what this guy actually thinks. There are a lot of people who just, spout a lot of stuff off, but you'd be hard-pressed to determine what they believe. And he might be one of those guys. So obviously now they dig into everything they can possibly find about this guy. But his parents, I don't know if did he confess to his parents?
I think they saw his dad is a cop.
Yeah.
And he saw the video and talked to the kid, and the kid told him. So he basically turned him in, but he did it as a law enforcement officer. So the kid was protected and he wasn't, taken out right away.
They point out that he lives in a $600,000 6-bedroom home in Washington, Utah.
Oh, Jesus.
I'm not sure what that has to do with anything. Are they trying to imply that, he's another disaffected white dude from a wealthy family? I mean, that's not...
Yeah, a privileged little punk-ass kid.
Mormon, yeah. Again, the Mormon thing's got nothing to do with it. It's Utah, for Christ's sake. Everybody there is, But, boy, MAGA World, they really, really... And that's what I kind of wrote that guy who emailed me and was just mother effing me left and right and flaming me and calling me a lunatic, even though I could not have... I was being so overly diplomatic about this whole Charlie Kirk thing because we're speaking publicly here. But I'm like, your whole narrative completely disintegrates if this kid isn't some long-haired left-wing hippie. And, of course, he's not. South Park pulled, they have, an episode about Charlie Kirk, and they've pulled that for obvious reasons. I mean, there's no reason to really re-air it, I guess. But Trump says he'll posthumously award Charlie Kirk the Presidential Medal of Freedom. There are MAGA members of Congress who want there to be a Charlie Kirk statue in the Capitol because, of course. And so they will continue to dig into every corner of this kid's life. But again, we were talking about this yesterday. It doesn't really matter who he was, what his motivations were, because the people who want to use this for their own purposes will continue to do that, right? Right-wing evangelical movement, any religious movement, it requires martyrs because it's a pretext for anything and everything that they want to do after that. These people already think they're in a holy war, like it's a goddamn 12th century. And so they're fully ready to use this whole thing to justify that, I guess, whatever they already want to do. There are still people losing their jobs over comments they made. One of our colleagues in broadcasting doesn't work for this company, works for another company. A radio producer for a sports morning show in Las Vegas tweeted something, and everybody who on the right screen grabbed it and sent it around, and he was like, good effing riddance. He's a piece of human shrimp. I mean, he went in on Charlie Kirk. I don't know why you think that's not going to hang you up. But it did. Guy out there at a radio station in Las Vegas, out. Producer of the popular JT the Brick show.
Good.
I assume that is sports.
Play stupid games, win stupid prizes.
But like even NBC News, boy, trying their level best, I guess, to be diplomatic, but it's kind of part and parcel, too, of why people, cast a skeptical eye to news organizations. Their headline was, Charlie Kirk's assassination tests Trump's ability to help a nation heal. Oh, does it? It sure does. I wonder if he'll succeed. So they will, they'll dig into all this. But again, the people who have an agenda will continue apace. Whatever they find out about this kid, and that stuff's going to be trickling out hour by hour, day by day, as it always does with these. Every time there's a shooter, they're always digging into, and it's a natural thing, what motivated them. It's just that there's so many people especially in the cases where they kill themselves. Then you're full stop with talking to that person and figuring out what's going on. This guy didn't kill himself. And who knows what he'll say? He might not say anything. I don't know. But obviously, people are going to use this guy for their own purposes. And I'd hate to be that kid's family, because everybody, in the absence of being able to, point their anger at this kid, they're going to point it at the family, which is, again, always what happens in these shooter situations. Red flag speech that Tyler Robinson gave at family dinner made his family nervous. So, hindsight being 20/20, I don't know. He just sounds to me like an extremely online guy who's trying to edgelord his way through life. Again, that's conjecture too, just based on what information we have already. Things that he's writing on the bullets and, But a lot of people were just reflexively went to the radical left, They waited to make the announcement. They had the guy in custody for almost half a day, waited to make the announcement until Trump could do it on Fox and Friends. Because all that guy knows is entertainment value. And that makes for good television, I guess. Listen, if your grandmother won't come to your defense, where are you? Tyler Robinson's grandmother. You've got the wrong guy, not my grandson.
Did she really?
Yes.
Oh, God.
The FBI has the wrong man. My little Tyler wouldn't do anything like that. Nobody is probably, unless you were raised by a grandparent, no one is going to really know you less than a grandparent. You know what I mean? Like, you are too far removed from what your real life is and what their life is. So, in a way, if you ever, I'm saying under normal circumstances when you don't have an estranged relationship with your extended family, I loved my grandmother. She's the only one I had, only one I knew. And so, she would have moved heaven and earth for me. Although my grandmother, a devout Catholic to the very, very end, not a preachy kind, just somebody who was constantly volunteering, somebody who was walking the walk her entire life. It was of the utmost importance to my grandmother, and I still have handwritten letters from her in her shaky penmanship towards the end. It was of the utmost importance to my grandmother that I get my first marriage annulled before I got remarried. And of course, I wasn't going to do that. That's silly. I'm not a practicing Catholic and hadn't been for a long time. And she knew that, but it was still very important that I go through the steps. I'm like, why am I going to? That's just a way to you write your church a check. And they go, all right, Dominus Ominous, it never happened. Well, why am I going to do that? Here's money, poof. I already don't believe in it. But it was very important to her. And so, of course, I always told her that I would eventually do that. I never did. But Debbie Robinson is Tyler Robinson's grandmother. She's 69 years old.
Nice.
And she says he's a quiet, reserved young man who never spoke about politics despite his family's staunch support of Trump.
Nana, go talk to your son. He's the one who turned him in.
Nana. Yeah. My family members are Republican. I don't know a single one who's a Democrat, she says. Sorry, MAGA. I'm just so confused, she says. Yeah, so it sucks for her. This is her grandson. He's very quiet. He never, ever spoke politics to me at all. Well, yeah, if your grandson is in alt-right chat rooms, what's he going to talk to you about? Hey, Grandma, what do you think about litter boxes in schools? Yeah, that's made up. No, it's not. I saw it online. So they will obviously dig into everything that this guy did or said or, But it's not going to change the minds of people who have their own agenda, I guess, which is always the case with these. But it's certainly not some radical leftist like they were really, really hoping he was. Unfortunately, that's not going to change that narrative. None of this new information is going to change that at all. I got to take a break. I'll have those Guardians tickets for you closer to 5:10. Put you in the middle game of that Tigers series when they make their last appearance in Cleveland on the 23rd. I think it's a 4-pack of Guardians tickets. They are in town tonight. The Guardians play the White Sox, first of 3. You will get that tonight around 7:10 on MMS.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
We got stuff. You want stuff. Win stuff. This week at WMMS.com.
Win a pair of tickets to see Steel Panther Thursday, October 23rd at MGM Northfield Park. Get more info and register to win at WMMS.com.
1-800-348-1007.
I'm bored. I'm the chairman of the board. I'm a lengthy monologue. I'm living like a dog. I'm bored. I bore myself to sleep at night. I bore myself in broad daylight 'cause I'm bored. Just another slimy bore.
Hey, Alan. We finally made it, buddy. It's Friday. Go clock out and tell your boss to shove it. Speaking of, hey, Rob. What's your girl on this weekend, buddy? Don't you lie to me. It's 2 whole days. It's like 6 chances to make a meal. I'll be doing a pot roast low and slow. I'll have to thoroughly redistribute the juices. Yeah, man. Cotton Balls, West Park.
Oh, boy, that Cotton Balls. He's going to redistribute his juices, Rob.
Pot roast on the grill, huh?
A pot roast on the grill.
Wow. That's new to me.
Low and slow. I got to fire up the Traeger this fall. I got to get it back. You know, I go through such long periods without using it. Last time I had to extract a mouse out of the fan.
Whoops.
That had gone up there clearly to try to stay warm. By the way, for people asking me the update on the mice, my humane traps. Classic good news, bad news story, right? I had, I've figured I'm not going to put one in the shed because who cares? People are right about that, right? It's outside, who cares? But I'm putting them in the garage, and I put one in the attic. But then I forgot about the one in the attic. And my daughter's like, you got to check the one in the attic. And I go, you're right. And I looked up there. This thing's dead, right? But it's like kind of hunched over. It's not lying there like this, you know, because I forgot about it. So probably dehydration or whatever. So take that out. But there hasn't been another one in the garage. I've had this humane trap with a peanut butter in it set for the better part of 4 or 5 days. And I come out in the morning and I look. There hasn't been another garage mouse.
It's because they all saw what you did to the one in the attic.
This is what I'm saying. Once word gets around that a message has been sent, then, you know. So I do need to, it was my fault that I forgot that I put that one, I put that one trap in the attic because there was, you know, a soon-to-be desiccated mouse in that one trap. Guardians play tonight, starting up against the White Sox. I'm wearing my OG Sox hoodie, Rob.
Uh-huh.
Right? I'm representing. And 7:10 is your first pitch tonight. They end up taking 3 of 4 against Kansas City. A 2-run homer in the 8th last night. Took the Royals out of spot there to win. So 7:10 tonight, 30 minutes prior, get your pregame underway. On MMS.
And if it makes you feel any better, there's a chance that that mouse died of natural causes. Or maybe he was allergic to peanut butter.
No!
You know what I mean? Like, you're thinking it's because you forgot about him, but maybe he went in there, had peanut butter, and didn't have his EpiPen, and died.
Oh. Yeah, are mice allergic to
maybe he was.
Peanuts?
No,
how do we know?
God, please, no!
Right.
Maybe he got in the trap and he's like, "Oh my God!" He got startled, heart attack.
Yeah.
How do you know? Like, you're coming up with the cause of death, putting it on yourself. It could have been anything. Could have OD'd.
Yeah, it's true. Maybe. I guess I have no way of knowing that.
Yeah. See.
Yeah.
Feel better.
Well, because it was weird when I went up to look and pull the trap. And again, it's one of these humane traps, right? So you set it, you put peanut butter in it. People have seen these. It's like a green, you know, transparent plastic trap. And you push down the thing on the end. So when they go in to get the peanut butter or whatever you've put in there, it, you know, causes the spring to close the trap. And so then they just walk back and forth, which is fine if I let them out and throw them back into the woods, which I normally do. But I forgot about the one in the attic. And I guess I was thinking that it would be like just kind of lying there stretched out or whatever, and it wasn't. It looked like it was just sitting there.
That's what I'm
like
saying.
Like a mouse would just sit there, kind of hunched over, just sitting there, but clearly dead.
Maybe he was constipated, and he had like the Elvis thing. What's that called? He pushed too hard and explode. That's what killed Elvis. Maybe that happened to that mouse. Too much cheese.
Except there was no there was no droppings in it.
That's exactly.
Too dehydrated?
He's constipated. And if there was no droppings, that means he wasn't in there long, because those things crap constantly.
Yeah,
so
they
think about
really
it.
do. That very first one I pulled out of the shed, man, it was just like covered in there. So Elvis died on, I thought he died in the toilet.
He did. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, he pushed too hard?
From pushing.
And he exploded?
Yeah, whatever. He had like an aneurysm.
Wow.
Maybe that's what, listen, now that's what I'm leaning towards. If you found a mouse in a trap with no droppings, that's exactly what happened. He was a constipated mouse from eating too much cheese. He pushed too hard to try to get one out. Bang. Aneurysm, dropped dead on the spot. You felt bad thinking you did something wrong, but that mouse died of natural causes.
Wow. And not even drop dead. I know it's just a turn of phrase, but it's like sitting there on its haunches.
Right.
Up vertically. Sitting upright. With this dead-eyed stare.
See?
So now I guess I just put it in the garbage, right? Because normally I take it to the woods and I let it back into the woods.
That's
far away from my house. This one, pour it in the garbage?
No, I think you still give him you toss him into the woods. Let him go back to nature.
Oh, okay. Back whence he came?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Maybe I'll set up like a little Viking funeral. Maybe I'll put it on some, I live a few blocks from the lake. Maybe I'll put it on kind of a lattice made of wooden sticks.
Yeah.
And then I'll put the mouse carcass on top, light it with a match, and set it off onto Lake Erie.
I have an old remote control boat, if you'd like.
You mean like a Stuart Little type situation?
Yeah. A little Viking helmet on him.
I mean, I don't really have any disposable time this weekend. I'm very busy this weekend, but it's not going to get any deader.
True.
I can do this anytime, couldn't I?
Mm-hmm.
All right. You know how much I love ceremony, Rob.
Oh, yes.
You know what a sucker I am for pomp and or circumstance. Alan, I live near you, and I've caught 12 mice outside in the past month.
Oh, good for you.
Yeah, well, why do you think? Because Alan's scaring them away from his house, and they're going to yours. Duh.
Mm-hmm.
Duh.
Mm-hmm. Use lunch meat in the mouse traps. I caught the mouse I had at my house with lunch meat the night I set the trap. I've had no problem with peanut butter, by the way. It's not like mice are picky, right? You can put lunch meat in there. You absolutely can. The thing that I read was mice are drawn to things that have like a high fat content or something. So obviously the lunch meat would do that. So would the peanut butter. I've had no problem putting a little dollop of peanut butter.
I thought it was always cheese.
You can use cheese too.
I mean, I've seen Tom and Jerry.
Right. Yeah, well, if I'm ever trying to catch a cartoon mouse, I will put a piece of cheese in there.
Big giant piece of Limburger.
Yes, with the stink lines coming off of it, and then it's floating through the air, being wafted by the scent of it.
Yes.
Somebody locally had to recall a bunch of cheese. Not Grandpa's Cheese Barn, but somebody in Northeast Ohio is recalling a bunch of cheese. No, not there. That's a mac and cheese thing. There was a Northeast Ohio cheese situation. Well, anyway, I don't know. Oh, Ohio cheesemaker recalls thousands of pounds of cheese. The Middlefield Original Cheese Co-op. They are possible contamination with listeria, like that Def Leppard record.
Great record.
Gouda, Monterey Jack, mozzarella, and all kinds of stuff. So anyway, keep an eye out for your cheese, whether or not you're trying to catch rodents. Alan F. Rodents. My neighbor who just moved was a hoarder. Now suddenly I have rats in my stove.
Oh, no. Jesus.
Yeah. And it's only going to get worse the colder it gets because they're trying to get inside and stay warm.
Yep.
So it's going to be, I'm going to have to stay very diligent with, I'll remain with the humane traps. Even though it requires it's more labor intensive on my part because then I have to go throw them in the woods.
Just put that reminder on your phone. Like every 3 days or whatever, every 2 days.
It's going to have to be every day.
Okay, every day.
I don't want to go, if my daughter hadn't, she kept reminding me, to her credit, when I'm driving her to school in the morning, she's like, Did you check the trap in the attic? I go, damn it.
Of course
No.
I did, honey. Yes.
No, because she'd want to see it. She'd go, oh, let's go leave it in the woods.
I already let him out.
She's no dumb. I know.
What do you think? I'd forget something like that, sweetheart? No.
Yeah. So, yeah. Alan, imagine a scorched mouse floating to shore, scaring another child. Yeah, but that's a great way to learn about the indifference of nature, is to have a chart, the floating kind of the back end of the Viking funeral there for the mouse.
Got to assume,
I'd put a tiny little flower wreath on its head.
Yeah.
I'd do the whole 9 yards.
And if you did it right, though, they would find nothing. Like the boat itself would burn. Like all of it returns to nature.
Mm-hmm. Alan, my mouse count is in triple digits. Listen to that flex.
I know.
The guy I bought my house from was an animal lover and didn't mind mice being in the house.
Oh, God almighty.
I mean, there's being an animal lover, and then there's like inviting the plague into your domicile, right?
Learn nothing from Gene Hackman's wife?
Right, the hantavirus.
Hantavirus.
Come on.
That's what I was thinking of.
Oh. I started with humane traps and quickly opted for the nuclear option. Glue traps, poison, and a 22. No more mice. Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah, but then you got mice bits
22.
all over your walls.
Freaking thing explode.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep. Dano, by the way, with a good tip. He's going to the Globe Iron to see the Northeast Ohio cheese situation. They're playing Sunday night.
Uh-huh.
That's one of the lesser-known jam bands that are out there. Discount Drug Mart in Ashland closed for a rodent infestation.
Yuck.
They still got the drive-through pharmacy open because you can't ever close the pharmacy drive-through. That's just protocol. Ashland County Health Department ordered the temporary closure of the Discount Drug Mart on Claremont Avenue in Ashland after inspectors found evidence of a severe rodent infestation. This might be another case of this went viral about a year or so ago, the Dollar General, where they didn't have enough staffers, and so the back room was just stuff piled up to the ceiling, and they found mice and all kinds of rodentia. But as soon as somebody calls in a complaint, if you're in a store and you go, hey, I found a mouse, substantial rodent infestation evidence, and Discount Drug Mart staff account of feeling ill.
Oh, boy.
After cleaning rodent droppings. Yeah, you can't F with that, boy. They might save you the runaround. But, I mean, out there in Ashland, you got to take care of business. Alan, I'm in the double digit for groundhogs, which, after all, are just giant mice. I mean, they're rodents, right?
My grandfather was the mole hunter. He'd get moles in the summer.
You check your grandma's skin?
No.
Oh.
Well, like, little
the animal
blind mouse thing there.
Yeah.
He would stand in his backyard. It's my dad's dad. Big giant backyard. And he had a pitchfork. And he would follow because they'd make their little tunnels. And he'd follow and he'd step.
He's old school.
And he'd step. And he'd step. And he'd see it move, wham. And he'd take another step. And he would do this for days. Days. This was like his thing. I don't know why the hell I got these moles. I think I must have grubs again. God damn it. I don't know.
Hey, grubs are no joke, boy. Those will.
That's what brings
grubs.
the moles.
Yeah. Oh, grubs. Woof.
I put down all that stuff I asked your father to put down, and we should be perfectly fine, but no, I got moles.
Al, Tim says, my wife and 8-year-old make me use the live traps, too. My question in the winter is always, do you want them to die suddenly inside or slowly freeze to death outside? Well, this is where the extra level of difficulty comes, is checking those traps. If you're going to go to the lengths of using the humane traps, got to check them. Because, like I said, I forgot about the one in the attic, so ironically, that trap quickly became inhumane.
But you didn't
Through
do it.
no fault. What?
It wasn't your fault. I'm
I
telling
forgot to check the trap.
No, I
put
already
it up
told
there.
you what happened.
That it overdosed.
No, it was the constipated.
Constipated mouse.
There was no droppings in that the trap.
Yeah.
If he was in there for a long time alive, he would have pooped.
So our friend Walter Williams is doing shtick now.
Oh, good.
He's doing bits.
He's auditioning.
Mr. Alan Cox. Oh, Mr. This here's Ezekiel. You can call me Zeke. Zeke's a biblical name.
Calling us Zeke. That's Clayton Bigsby, right? Remember Clayton Bigsby? Remember the classic Chappelle Show bit where he's a blind black guy who thinks he doesn't know, so he's a white supremacist?
Yep.
Clayton Bigsby. That's what that
that
voice
sounds
recognized.
like,
yeah.
You can call me Zeke. Zeke's a biblical name. You can call me Zeke there, fella. I'm listening to you, Sean. I'm one of your bureau chiefs down here in West VA. And I want to talk about Duke's mayonnaise. Whee, dog, yeah, you talking about a good anal jelly. And I mean a damn...
Did you say anal jelly? We run a lot of Duke's Mayo. With respect to the Duke's Mayo people who are kind enough to advertise.
Yeah.
Apparently they're in West Virginia, according to Zeke. It's a hell of an anal jelly.
Wow.
I guess anything can be.
For sure.
Yeah, weird that they get the nod, though.
Oh.
Jelly. And I mean a damn good anal jelly. That Duke's mayonnaise.
Anal jelly. What is this, 1974?
Damn good.
Jelly.
Yes. Hot damn, I don't cheat. I complete. Listening to your show. And I get quite excited when I hear fellers such as yourself ranting and raving. Yes, sir, this here is Ezekiel. Really is Walter. Again, one of my many personas. And I just thought I'd give you gentlemen a little ear tuggle. Have a great day. Hate the show. F*** you. Bye-bye.
Wow, that took a turn. Hey, have a great day. F you.
I love that he had to tell us. It's Walter, by the way.
I like much about that. I like anal jelly. I like that he had to tell us. I like that he took the plural of persona, which is personae, and put an S on that. One of my many personas. And then F you, right? Hey, have a good weekend. F
nice
you.
Solid F you on the end.
Have a great day. Hate the show. F*** you. Bye-bye.
Wow.
And kept it all together. Like all pleasantries at the end there. Boom, boom, boom.
I'm just kidding. It's Walter. Oh, is it?
Oh, is it?
Oh, okay.
I would have never known.
Thank you, Walter. Mike in Parma pointing out, you don't have a mouse problem. You might have a rat problem. It is the 40th anniversary of the classic album Invasion of Your Privacy, Rob.
Ah.
Were you a Rat fan?
I mean, there's a few songs.
I was a huge Rat fan. Come on, are you kidding me? Invasion of Your Privacy.
Yeah, I think they're a good band. I don't know.
I always thought Rat was underrated, and they were huge. I still thought they were underrated.
Well, because I think all of that stuff for them was the timing. Like, they were just a little on the early side to catch the giant wave of all that Poison crap that came out after it.
But they weren't, like, glammy, were they?
No, but they were going with that. I mean, they're all going to be classified as hair metal at that point.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So they were all doing similar stuff. These guys were more like Cinderella.
You're right, but they were post-Crew. I mean, Shot at the Devil or Too Fast for Love was like 81.
Yeah.
I mean, this was their second. This was 85. I think the first one was 84. Loved Rat. Stacy Lehman in the 6th grade stole my Rat t-shirt and never gave it back. She's dead now, so I take it as a win.
I was going to say, you want to get her on the phone, but
no, she's
clearly
dead.
We won't do that. I will say that they probably, of all of those bands, had the best musical, just best musicians, I guess.
I think so. Warren DeMartini and Robin Crosby, who passed away, of course. But no, I thought so too.
I mean, just a great, tight. I mean, Cinderella was good, but I think these guys in that same vein, just really, really solid. I'm trying to think of the name of the song. "Lay It Down" is probably the coolest guitar lick that they ever made. I mean,
They had a good sound. Yeah. You're in love, lay it down. I mean, their lyrics were not subtle at all, but, you know. And Stephen Pearcy, people love a lisp in rock and roll. He's still out there. He's still doing stuff. Rat and Dokken and Winger, boy, those were three bands that I don't think got the attention they deserved for being great musicians. George Lynch. Come on, man. Red Beach.
This is a great song.
Oh, lay it down. Anyway, Mike and Parma, of course, the OG Mike and Parma. Huge Rat fan. And he's absolutely correct about that. All right. Now, we don't play this kind of stuff on our metal show. This is kind of the domain of, after Weekend Cox on Sunday mornings, Corey Roddick does Hair of the Dog, right?
Yep.
And there's a lot of this stuff in there. Stansbury does Big Hair Wednesday. Our metal show tomorrow night, that's like heavy, heavy stuff. But Rat's great. I got Guardians tickets for you. This is going to be a 4-pack for you to see. I think it's the middle game in this last Guardians Tigers series coming up. It is the 23rd. 4-pack of tickets for you. See the Guardians take on the Detroit Tigers. It's a Tuesday night. That MLB Ballpark app is invaluable throughout the remainder of the season. So you get my last 2 pair here. Okay, good luck. 4 tickets for you. Guardians Tigers on the 23rd. For caller 10, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device.
to begin enjoying your Alan.
What is an Alan?
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
$35192. Send me a text. AlanCoxShow.com. Want to email me there? You can do that. Also, hit the contest page. It's going to give you the full schedule of when we're doing the Bud Light football face-off, the Cox Out pregame, when the Browns are on the road. It's a chance for you to get yourself to Vegas. Somebody in Northeast Ohio with MMS and Bud Light are going to get themselves out there to compete for those Super Bowl 60 tickets. So the first one is Sunday. I'm going to be out at Teams in Middleburg Heights from noon to 2, but we do a bunch of these for away games. So if you have any kind of arm that would assist you in getting out there, you should come out and try to do it. We'll have some pops. We'll have some fun. We'll watch the Browns play the Ravens in Baltimore, Maryland on Sunday. But the whole schedule is at WMMS.com. Paul McCartney is on the soundtrack for Spinal Tap 2. I was talking to Corey Roddick this morning, and he went to see a screening of Spinal Tap 2 and said it was goddamn ridiculous how funny it was. And it opens today. I don't know that they've been doing a ton of promotion for it. I don't, you know, they did a promotion with Liquid Death, the water. But other than that, I haven't seen I haven't seen commercials for Spinal Tap 2. It's called Spinal Tap 2, The End Continues. And they're going big this time around. So there's a lot of cameos, a lot of high-profile people. And one of their songs, Cups and Cakes. Now, you Spinal Tap nerds, of course, know that that's not a Spinal Tap song. That's from who, Rob?
Cups and Cakes?
Yes. Who did Cups and Cakes?
I don't know.
The Thamesmen. That was the band that preceded Spinal Tap.
Oh, right.
Remember, before they were Spinal Tap, they were the Thamesmen.
Yes.
And Cups and Cakes, Paul McCartney does a version of.
Cups and cakes, oh what good things mother makes. You gotta take tea, won't you take it with me? What a gay time it will be. Oh, this sounds familiar. I've heard this somewhere before. Cups and cakes.
Bit of a wink and a nod there, right? That trumpet is very reminiscent of Penny Lane, the Beatles song. So they got Paul McCartney to do some stuff for Spinal Tap 2, but it is in theaters.
Corey said the best part was that there were so many cameos in the movie that weren't in the trailers, because he was nervous that they showed everything in the trailer, you know? And he's like, there's so much that goes on in the movie that he's like, it's so good. I can't wait to see it.
Yeah, I can't either. I don't imagine it's going to be a huge hit. But, I mean, the first Spinal Tap wasn't. You know, it lives on. It became a cult film long after. But I like that everyone else is involved still. It's Michael McKean. It's Harry Shearer. Rob Reiner still plays Marty DeBurgi. Christopher Guest. And it has been 41 years since Spinal Tap. They dropped the original in theaters not long ago. This is them embarking on a reunion concert after breaking up 15 years ago. So the conceit of the movie is they're just now getting back together. More or less improvised, the whole thing. And the reviews are, it's funny enough. It's an economical 1 hour, 23 minutes. Doesn't even broach the 90-minute mark. That's okay.
Yeah, for what it is, right?
Yeah.
That's exactly what you want.
Nigel is the proprietor of a cheese and guitar shop. David St. Hubbins lives in California and composes soundtracks for murder-themed podcasts and on-hold phone music. And Derek Smalls runs a museum devoted to glue. And so they reunite to perform a show in New Orleans. But of course, They have to find a new drummer. And you recall what fate met their previous drummers. Stumpy Joe, Mick Shrimpton. You know, those guys were exploding. And so this is where a lot of the cameos come in. You know, they're auditioning drummers that you'll know. And so there's a lot of familiar faces in the Spinal Tap sequel. A couple of people have died along the way, right? Tony Hendra passed away. Remember, he was the band's manager. He's a big part of that movie. Tony Hendra passed away some years ago. But, I very much want to see Spinal Tap 2. It's out this weekend. They've also dropped Toy Story back in theaters for the 30th anniversary. How about that? 1995. It was the first Pixar movie. Back, I think, when Pixar was still its own thing. You know, it was part of Lucasfilm initially, and then Steve Jobs put a ton of money into it. The studio itself started in, 1974. A bunch of computer nerds were like, oh, we should figure out if we can do graphics that might be good for animated films. And then it became Pixar. And then I think Apple and Steve Jobs had it for a few years and then divested themselves of it, and now it belongs to somebody else. I think Disney owns Pixar, which is why all those movies are on the Disney streaming service. But it's back in theaters for the 30th anniversary. Just about everybody in every theater in Northeast Ohio is going to have showings of this. And what's most jarring to me when you go back and watch that original Toy Story, 30 years ago, obviously, is how much different that animation looks. And it was state of the art at the time.
Yeah.
Now you go back and you're like, wow. But the story obviously holds up. It made a ton of money, obviously, you know. Tim Allen, he doesn't care if he gets sitcoms. He does them, but he's got Toy Story money. He doesn't care. He's doing fine. And so it was Pixar's first movie out of the gate. And they did like a short film in the late 80s. Pixar was kind of dipping their toe in the water. And they kind of used that as a springboard. Won a bunch of Oscars. What's his name win? Randy Newman.
Did he?
Yeah.
You got a friend in me.
You
got a friend in me.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he won for that.
You got a friend in me.
Library of Congress has it. Of course, to Snoop, Toy Story is the prequel to Lightyear with the gay characters in it.
Scared to go see it.
Hey, well, he don't want to bring his grandkids. It can be scary. So, yeah, Toy Story back in theaters for the 30th anniversary. And, Disney's owned Pixar now for 15, 20 years. Its feature films have earned $15 billion worldwide. Average Pixar movie gross is about $600 million. But it started in the early 70s as the Graphics Group. That was the name of the company. At the New York Institute of Technology. And then it branched out into making feature films. Pixar was the company that did Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan. Just the effects, anyway. So before they were making films, like full films, they were dabbling with cinematic effects early on. Alan, I thought you were joking about Duke's Mayo being an advertisement. Nope, just aired it. Straight out of...
I think that's why he said it.
Straight out of Zeke's call.
We've been playing those commercials a lot, so I'm guessing that's why he used that as the
I'm sure it
reference.
is. Yeah, I'm sure it is. I don't think he... I was going to say pull it out of his ass, but... yeah. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio, tell me where you do it. If you're out of state, make sure you have your pin on the map. Sean's in West Palm Beach. Scott's in Saginaw, Michigan. The Sag Nasty. Joy's in Lombard, Illinois. Brian's in Yuma, Arizona. And one of our Milwaukee bureau chiefs said, Alan, you got to check this band out. They're called the Hissy Kits. The most unique band in Milwaukee. These are two people dressed as cats who play piano and theremin.
Boy.
Two Two Milwaukee musicians are trying to make their name as the, we briefly mentioned our late friend Jenna from Poland, Ohio, who used to call in, and she was in a band called the Feral Cats. And it was made up of kids like her who had, developmental disabilities or physical disabilities, wherever it was. It was a group of kids, some of them are blind. And but they were out there making music. And so the Hissy Kits are there in Milwaukee. And they're playing piano and theremin, trying to take the world by storm.
Cat. My official name is Whiskey.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I'm Scotch, also known as Grumpy Cat.
Well, the Hissy Kits, we're two Milwaukee cats, and we play piano and theremin.
The Hissy Kits are a couple of jazz cats in Milwaukee. They've been playing together for a few of their 9 lives.
Get it?
This just keeps getting worse.
You don't want to go see the Hissy Kits in Milwaukee? If I was in Milwaukee, I'd make a beeline to see the goddamn Hissy Kits.
No way.
Piano is self-explanatory. But this instrument is the theremin. It's an electric instrument played without any physical contact. Whiskey moves her hands closer and farther away from the antennas to make an ethereal noise.
It's an ethereal noise, Rob.
Uh-huh.
It's an ethereal noise.
It was a natural curiosity. I was drawn to it.
And in this case, curiosity did not kill the cat. The Hissy Kits play at parties and art.
Get it?
How many of these are you going to squeeze in here?
What's the over-under on him saying, they have a tale to tell?
Yeah.
If they're feeling frisky.
Galleries around Milwaukee and Chicago, or you can find them on TikTok. If you're like me...
Oh, when I go home for Thanksgiving, I'm going to find out if there's a Chicago Hissy Kits gig. I'm not hauling ass to Milwaukee.
And are allergic to cats, well, don't worry.
No, unless you're allergic to jazz, you'll have no problem with us.
Now, a lot of people are allergic to jazz, in fact. And this is where the reporter, contrary to every bit of journalistic protocol, makes the story about himself, Rob. You learned that in J school, day one. Don't make the story about you. But he jumps in with his guitar, playing with the Hissy Kits.
I'm with them. This is the song Cielito Lindo.
Ay, 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 ay. Canta y no llores.
It feels like cultural appropriation there.
Maybe
of
a
all
little.
the songs you could have chosen, that one, he's the one guy sitting there who's not masked. The reporter, these other two dopes have cat things on their head.
Are they humans or are they cats? Well, they're both. Like cats, they kind of make their own rules.
Do what I want, when I want.
Up until now, they've been pretty under the radar, never revealing their identities. In fact, they didn't even talk in online videos, except for a few meows. But then I did a solicitation on Reddit asking for interesting stories, and they came up. Now you could say the cat's out of the bag.
Cat's out of the bag, Rob. How did I miss that one? Cat's out of the bag.
If you go, you'll have a hairball.
They play a mix of folk, ragtime, and classical music.
Most people don't want to see those genres played by humans. And these two are dressed up as cats.
Lady Gaga, Beyonce, Willie Nelson, anybody comes a calling, if they've got the right treats, we're there.
The Dream Gig playing a Brewers game. They can do the national
Lady
anthem.
Gaga.
Or take me out to the ball game. So maybe you'll hear them at a Brewers game next season.
Please put these two at a Brewers game. Please do that.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for the Hissy Kits.
Boo!
The Hissy Kits, everybody.
Boo!
They're cats who
Anybody allergic to ragtime?
I don't know.
Ragweed.
I don't know if there's been a story that's supposed to be like this lighthearted fun that I've hated more.
I know. Why do you think I'm playing it for you?
No, I know.
Yeah.
But how do people entertain this nonsense?
It's a good question.
Hey, I love it.
Probably not the bark in the park game. And if you can't wait, they
Bark
are
in the
putting
park.
out
There's going to be one more pun.
That's
only
before the end of October. You can reach out to their email, thehissykits@gmail.com, to learn more. In Milwaukee, James Groh, TMJ4 News.
What is this guy? He missed the opportunity for one last pun there. He didn't do it. Could have been one last pun. He did a whole package on these hissy kits. They're in Milwaukee. And he threw in a couple puns.
A couple?
Yeah, a couple. He threw in a couple. He didn't play their, of course, most famous song. Jesus. Where's the singing?
Pet I like to pet, and every evening we get set. I stroke it every chance I get. It's my girl's pussy.
Right. So, when the hissy kits are playing those songs, Rob, that's when everybody starts to clap and applaud and throw them treats.
Well, it's hard to do that when you're doing whatever the hell that was.
I am very confused by the theremin, by the way.
Oh,
God. I don't quite understand it, and I'm not really trying to. But there are so many levels there of two people who are clearly bored. They're like, hey, let's start a band. Okay, what should we do? We're first going to dress as cats. Okay, then what? Then we're going to play the piano. Go on. Then we're going to throw in the theremin. So no guitar, no drums, nope. Guitar, theremin, cat masks. And hopefully we'll play a Brewers game. Okay. The Hissy Kits. Listen, one of our Milwaukee bureau chiefs sent me that.
Thanks.
So now I got to go online and see if they're going to be coming through here, Rob. Once you blow up on local Milwaukee television, that's really when the world becomes your oyster. The most unique band in Milwaukee.
And
now
how?
that's not a crowded field, of course, but Scotch and whiskey are the cats. The Hissy Kits on Instagram. And they do, like they said, ragtime. They are artists in residence, Rob, at Ruby Ray's Hideaway, which is a supper club in Milwaukee, meaning the good land.
I'll have to head up there. Check it out.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like a blast.
You could be one of their 374 followers. I've got to take a break. Guardians baseball tonight around 7:10. 6:40 is your pregame. They start up tonight against the White Sox at Progressive Field. You hear all of it here on the Buzzard. 35192. You want to text me for anything. We'll be back.
This is the Alan Cox Show on 100.7
have a heart and root for the Guardians, saying there's still a chance we could get to the wild card round. That is a them problem, not a me problem, all right? It's got nothing to do with me rooting for my team that's going to change the Guardians' chances of getting into the postseason. So, no, I won't. Where's the heart in that? What, at the slightest provocation, I'm supposed to switch horses? No.
Well, what are you going to do?
I would think you would have a heart and root for the Chicago White Sox, who are 57-90.
What are
you want to talk about heart? Root for them.
You have these club seats. What are you going to do if Stephen Kwan's coming up to bat and he looks up and sees Alan Cox sitting there wearing a White Sox shirt rooting against him? Maybe that's exactly what flips him upside down. He doesn't perform as well, and it is your fault.
Good. I'm trying to get the White Sox to win.
God.
First of all, he doesn't know who I am.
How do you know?
Doesn't know.
Oh, no.
My 9-year-old child is a Guardians fan. She will. It's not like we're all sitting there in White Sox gear. My wife's a Tigers fan. She's from Detroit. My daughter, born and being raised in Northeast Ohio. So she is a Guardians fan. She's got a little pink cap on.
Good.
The whole bit. So I am going to be just one person in this group rooting for the White Sox.
And it's a blue sweatshirt.
And
so
they need the support. So do the Guardians, but I'm going to be so far outnumbered. They don't need me.
They do.
Nothing about me is going to push them over the top. Maybe a couple of their millionaires shouldn't be betting. How about that?
It's a very
How do you like that?
Very, very good point.
How do you like that? Hold on. I'm looking for it. It is Friday.
Yes.
What's a finger bang? Finger bang, 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 finger bang, bang, finger bang, 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 finger bang, bang, finger bang, 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 finger bang.
Yeah, there you go. Who do you think Brian's rooting for?
Guardians.
I think he's a football fan.
Well, you know what I say. You can't f*** with football.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's a Browns fan. Who, by the way, have found many opportunities to F a football.
Oh, yeah.
When it's out there on the field. So, listen, I hope that the Guardians get to that wild card round. Of course, the only time I ever root against them is when the Sox are in town. Because the Guardians are my B team. So I'm only going to root against them, against my A team, right? The Pirates and the Blue Jays are my other teams too. So I'm not rooting against the Guardians. There's a hierarchy there. But that is a them problem. If they fall apart at the end of the season, there's nothing I can do to change that.
I guess we'll never know.
I've got to focus on my team. And surely any sports fan can understand that.
I guess we'll never know, Alan.
Through thick and thin. White Sox fans are thick. The record is very, very thin, is how that lays out.
Hey, Alan. Hate the show. Just wanted to let you know, talking about abnormally large babies, my uncle was 16 pounds, 9 ounces when he was born, and he was on record in Fairmount, West Virginia as the biggest baby born there. I don't know if anybody's eclipsed his big ass yet, but he was.
16 pounds, 9 ounces.
Wow.
Fairmount, West Virginia.
I mean, not surprising that that's where that baby was born.
At the foot of a mountain there. Ooh, you're going to blow your eardrums out here, this kid. Easy,
Shut
kid.
up.
Easy, kid. Easy. Oh, my God. Oh, talk about a boner killer. The screaming kid.
That was my last flight.
Oh, was it really?
Oh.
I got to tell you, in the big picture of my experience flying, and I've flown all over the world, I've gotten so lucky. So lucky. I've never had one of those flights where it's like you suddenly drop 10,000 feet because of turbulence or whatever. I've never had one of those. Yeah, I've had flights where there's like a baby, but not screaming the whole time.
Oh, we had the
I don't
worst.
think I've ever had a piece of luggage lost. I don't think. I've gotten really lucky with my air travel.
I've never lost luggage, but the others I've had happen. The big turbulence drop. And this last flight home from Rhode Island. There was a crying baby about 3 rows behind us. And then one temper tantrum 3-4-year-old kid slapping her mom and dad and just screaming the entire flight. I put my headphones on. They were so loud I thought my ears were going to start bleeding. And I was appalled for those people.
I do feel bad for. It was back for spring break, and I was flying to Orlando. And the people in front of me were this mom and dad, and they had 3 little kids. Those Orlando flights are terrible if you don't like kids, because everybody's going to Disney.
Yep.
So the people in front of me, these 3 little kids, and the parents just looked like they were on their last frigging nerve. And so my thought is always like, even if the kid is kind of annoying, these parents just look like they're trying to do something fun with their kids.
Well, these were the parents that
but it's the traveling part that is the worst, you know?
These were the parents that clearly just didn't care about anybody else.
Right.
They were just like that. You could tell the dad was a prick. Like, just like the total, oh, whatever. They'll deal with my kid slapping and screaming at everybody.
Yeah, that's no good.
Ooh.
Oh, little Alex Jones flying down to Orlando. I got a little blurb in one of my email blasts that kind of made me chuckle. Dave Grohl, the pride of Warren, Ohio, frontman for the Foo Fighters.
Foo Fighters?
Yeah, Foo Fighters.
Ladies and gentlemen, Foo Fighters.
Dave Grohl is being celebrated for his volunteer work. You might recall some of the photos of him. He's like, what was he doing? Grilling or something, right?
Smoking, he does.
Smoking, like cotton balls on the weekend.
Yep.
Smoking some meatloaf or pork or something. Honored at a gala in L.A. for his volunteer work with the homeless. His passionate service.
Rough choice of words for Dave Grohl.
To the local community. To be recognized at the Hope in the City of Angels Gala. Dave Grohl, 56, spent hours cooking barbecue food for people experiencing homelessness in L.A. in 2023. You see these photos of him doing this stuff. He cooked ribs, pork butt, brisket, cabbage, coleslaw, and beans. Probably didn't cook the coleslaw, but I take their point. For 450 Californians who are homeless and 50 of the shelter staff. Foo Fighters, by the way, are currently back in the studio working on something new with their new drummer, the kid they just got from 9 Inch Nails, and Josh Freese now is back in the fold there with Trent Reznor. If you were lucky enough to see 9 Inch Nails a couple of weeks ago here in Cleveland, Josh Freese got a huge round of applause because people know. As the meat cooked, Dave Grohl slept in the car park overnight. He's being celebrated for his work there with the homeless there in Los Angeles.
Well done.
It is a charity event, so tickets are $300 a plate. But I don't think that he is cooking the food. This time around, I'm sure they'll cook for him. So he's, of course, known for his charity work. You might recall he volunteered a teaspoon of his DNA to a groupie. And I don't know if he's being celebrated for that. But it's in there. Got a little a bouncing bundle of joy, right?
It's a bundle of something. I don't know how much joy it brought him, but it's there.
Well, I mean, you know, you kind of put your money where your mouth is. If you're one of these people that think there should be more babies, you don't care where they come from. People magazine says that he and his wife are, quote, very happy 1 year after he welcomed a secret baby. They're in public. They're doing fine. And listen, they've got their own kids, right? Got their own kids. And, you know, I think he met his wife when he was still married to his previous wife. So there's only there's only so much anger you can have if you're his wife.
Right.
But they are out there and recording and doing stuff. And, everybody's living their life. And he's got 4 daughters now, all girls. Alan, I kicked my mom so hard while I was in the womb that I broke her ribs.
Congratulations.
I mean, I feel like that's, yeah. I mean, that's, broke her ribs. Maybe your mom just, there's probably a finite amount of force that a baby can't. Of course, that's a leg and a foot, right? Breaking a rib. I'm not tossing any green dildos, by the way. There have been a couple of people who have asked me that. I know that they're just picking up off of what's currently been happening at NFL games, but I'm not going. It is an away game. I'm not going to the game unless they're asking me about the Guardians game.
That's my guess.
And I'm not. I guess you're right. I'm not going to be throwing any. No. I think it's rude, right?
Would be a good shot from the club seats, though.
I'm not some crypto dork trying to get people to pay attention to some cyber grift I've got going on.
Join the Green Dildo Society.
But maybe there will be one. I guess I'll have to explain that to my kid if that happens.
Well, let's hope not.
What is that? Well, I've got a song, honey, that'll explain it to you. Bold and free. I wouldn't go that far.
Hey, yo, Alan, this Tyrone again. I don't know.
Okay, why does this person's voice keep changing?
Every time.
Every time. That doesn't sound like the Tyrone I know. Doesn't sound like the first guy who called to profess his love to me.
Mm-mm.
Well, hello, Alan. It's Tyrone again.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, yo, Alan, this Tyrone again. I don't know who that bitch Marcella thinks she is. Saying my songs.
I don't know what's happening there.
Yeah.
Really leaning. See, this, Rob, is very instructive for me because now I know the whole thing is fake.
Well, it's good. I mean, it's good to
I
be
was
able
on
to
the
put it to
fence
bed.
before. Yes.
Getting some closure.
Well, listen, I'm one of those people who thinks closure is an illusion. But we can finally all move on. I hope that Marcella can move on. Because I don't want to be in the middle of this back and forth between the two of them any longer. So she's calling, wanting to eat cantaloupe with me, and he's calling and making all kinds of weird comments.
Mr. Cook, why you
I mean, come on. You don't even know my name.
walk on beach with you? I want you to whisper in my ear you love me too. And we eat cantaloupe. Cantaloupe is my favorite.
Yeah, cantaloupe, I guess.
I love you.
All right.
I do like cantaloupe.
Cantaloupe is good.
Cantaloupe and prosciutto.
If Marcella had said, I'd really like to come home with you and eat some honeydew, that would be a whole different thing. Honeydew is always the last melon to be eaten on any fruit plate. And I don't know why.
Are you not a honeydew man?
It's okay. It is inferior to cantaloupe.
Agreed. But it has its place.
And
it has like a window of like 7 minutes where it's perfect.
I mean, give me a musk melon. Or a canary melon. Honeydew. I mean, come on. Even a Santa Claus melon, Rob. But honeydew. I mean, come on.
You a watermelon guy?
You know, I hated it as a kid for some reason. Now I'm like, that's pretty good.
I love it.
Watermelon's all right. I always considered it very labor intensive, unnecessarily. I'm like, the work you put into consuming watermelon isn't even remotely worth the flavor. You're spitting seeds, or you're swallowing them in my case, I guess.
Well, you got to buy it the seedless ones,
No,
which really
okay.
pisses me off because
Well,
they're never seedless. They just don't have the big giant ones.
Right.
They should say seeded, but you can eat them, is what it should say on that thing. It's not seedless.
Edible seeds.
Right.
Yeah. So, yeah, no. Honeydew, for whatever reason, is always the last melon consumed on the plate. You know, if they go, oh, we've got a fruit bowl here. You go to a place, you go, what's in the fruit bowl? And they go, oh, it's all kinds of blueberries and strawberries. And you go, oh, great. And then you get it. There's a blueberry, 1.5 strawberries, and honeydew. So that tells me that it's the trash melon that, every restaurant is loaded up with. Whereas the cantaloupe, I think those are pretty delicious.
Great.
How about?
Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, we have something special down here at Birdland this evening. A recording for Blue Note Records.
Oh.
Now, you're not going to top Cantaloupe.
Yeah.
All right? There's no song about honeydew. Yeah. I used to have a pound cake version. I had a bitty bitty bum in there, in him. Yeah, Cantaloupe.
Yeah.
Now, this, to me, sounds like something that the Hissy Kits would be playing. That's why I want to go see the Hissy Kits in Milwaukee. And then I can make all the puns that reporter didn't make. Hey, show us your catnips. That kind of thing.
Dip in the melodic sea. Rhythm keeps flowing and drips to MC. Sweet sugar pop, rocks and pop. You don't.
Okay, yeah, that stinks.
Oh, terrible, isn't it?
They keep announcing people leaving SNL. Ego Nwodim is leaving Saturday Night Live after a few seasons. She's been there for a while. She's very funny. Heidi Gardner's leaving, and a bunch of people who you probably didn't recognize because they weren't in much stuff. Those are the people who are the most upset. Anytime you get somebody who's only on SNL for like one season, like that sucks. Because you got all the way there, kind of by the skin of your ass. They announced the people who were leaving ahead of their 51st season, and Heidi Gardner was the biggest name. Kenan Thompson, still hanging around. I mean, he has been very public about the fact that he'll never leave that show. He's like, why would I leave Saturday? He's been on for 20 years. He's like, as long as Lorne Michaels wants me to be on that show, I'll be on that show. And so Ego Nwodim said she made the decision after they confirmed the new cast, I guess.
Did Heidi leave or was she fired?
I couldn't figure that out. I got the sense, because she was lumped in with those other people who were clearly fired, I got the sense that they cut her loose.
I did too.
And I'm not sure why, because that's somebody I feel like both of these women, I feel like you should let them leave when they want to leave. Ego Nwodim, her Eggy Boom is her on Instagram if you follow her. It's a good follow. After 7 seasons, I've decided to leave SNL. Yeah. So she'll go off and do stuff. The other people, though, I had to Google who they were. I held on to SNL as long as I possibly could. I watched it religiously way longer than most people did. But even I kind of bailed on it. Because it started to be hosts and musical acts. I didn't know who they were. So I'm like, maybe I'm, at least as far as like the music or I don't know, maybe it's just not for me anymore. Devon Walker, Emil Joachim, and Michael Longfellow. I didn't even know who Emil Joachim was. Devon Walker, this is what I mean, I don't even know. You'd see him pop up every so often. Michael Longfellow, I think it had been on 2 or 3 seasons. But again, they were always kind of in the background. They were like utility players. They never really broke out. Heidi Gardner had been there for almost 10 years. And I guess the New York Post said her contract was not renewed.
Yeah, I'm surprised that they wouldn't re-sign her.
The assumption was that she chose to leave on her own. I think maybe Lorne Michaels looks at these people and for some of them and thinks they'll be fine because they're already doing other things. Like Heidi Gardner was on Shrinking. She does commercials. These are people who are in other things along the way.
Yeah, but she's really good.
Yeah, I agree. Ego Nwodim broke out a couple seasons ago when Pedro Pascal hosted. She did this Lisa from Temecula bit where she's like shaking the table, cutting her meat. Just this really over-the-top diner. And so those are the people who are leading. She said she's taken off. But Kenan is keeping his head down.
Smart.
Yeah, why not? He's like, why? It's like everybody thinks they eventually have to leave SNL to go do other things. He's like, I just do other things when we're on hiatus.
Well, think about it, man.
He had his own sitcom for a while. It didn't last long, but he's like, I get to do whatever I want.
That dude's life was Good Burger until SNL came along. So thank God. Hold on for dear life, Keenan.
Well, that's what I mean. But like when he started at SNL, like people already knew who he was.
Right.
Yeah. Wasn't Kel Mitchell in the cast for like a hot cup of coffee too? They tried him. They tried both of them again.
Did they? I don't know.
I feel like at some point he was, but that didn't last.
Welcome to Good Burger. Home of the Good Burger. May I take your order?
Yeah. Kenan Thompson, Bowen Yang, Sarah Sherman. Sarah Sherman is I think she's very funny, but I thought she'd last one season on SNL. Mikey Day, Chloe Feynman, and more were all confirmed to return alongside Ego Nwodim, who said she's leaving. So. Okay, we got to go. Thanks, guys, very much for hanging out. Where can people get you over the weekend, Rob?
WMMS Rob on Instagram.
Okay, I'm Alan Cox Show on your platforms. The program is available wherever you get your podcasts. If you use the iHeartRadio app, you can use the microphone talkback button there. You can watch on our YouTube channel if you prefer. Voicemails on our After Hours line, that is 216-986-8903. Our metal show is tomorrow night, 10 o'clock, 2 hours to midnight. Me and Corey Roddick and Pat Butler, immediately following the Guardians game. Sunday morning, The Week in Cox. That is 2 hours of the best stuff from this show. And then I'll see you in Middleburg Heights, noon to 2 on Sunday when the Browns are on the road. We're going to try to get you to Vegas with Bud Light Football Face-Off. I'm going to be at Teams in Middleburg Heights, noon to 2 on Sunday. So I'll see you there. That full schedule of all the appearances at WMMS.com at the contest page. And Guardians baseball is minutes away. Go Sox. And have a good weekend. Do something dangerous. I'll see you in hell.
Just before we go, I'm going to go to the bathroom for a bit. Not to cry about you leaving, but just to take a huge dump. So if you hear any crying from the bathroom, not about you. It's the dump.
Be careful of what you say. Be careful in every way. Be careful of what you do. Big Brother is watching you. Be circumspect and discreet. Stay light on your mental feet. One slip and you know you're through. Big Brother is watching you. Conform with all directives. Remember, obedience pays. And when you watch that TV screen, remember it works both ways. You'll disappear in a wink unless you can double think. You'll vanish into the blue. Big Brother is watching you.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan